Hello everybody and welcome. It's the 12 hours of Bathurst and a first for me. I've got to talk for 12 hours straight. Normally not a problem, but I've got nobody to talk to unless you talk to me in chat. I'm not on the rota to drive today for BeesWax Racing, so did I willingly volunteer to do commentary for the whole of the race. Just looking at car number 76, which came first in Super Pole. So this is the Goat Racing number 4 entry. Drivers are Raining Thunder. Here we go. Look at that. Got all these modern tools. We've got Raining Thunder, Borderline and Richie. I think it's Richie in the car at the moment. Just free practice period. Just before we wait for the race start. I am on my own, I think. I don't think I'm going to get any willing volunteers. So Goat Racing number 2, they did qualify in 3rd position overall after qualifying week. Super Pole was held last night and they came out on top, so well done to the Goat Racing number 2 team. Currently, and they're in Platinum class, they're 4th in class, and we'll get to that in just a second or two because I've tried to do some prep for this. So to recap where we are in the championship, this is a championship over 4 races. This is round 3, and this is an unofficial, official broadcast, and these are the unofficial race tables because we don't have a breakdown by class on the official results. So I've had a go at doing this myself. So this is the Platinum class. So if you exclude all the silver finishers and bronze finishers, and take points. So if you came 5th in Platinum, beaten by a few silver cars, but you were the 2nd Platinum car across the line, you should get 2nd place points. And that's how this is worked out. So Goat Racing and number 2, it's 7th, so it's all gone wrong already. So, but they're 7th in class, Goat Racing number 4. Where's Goat Racing number 2 gone? Ah. How we racing at top of the table though, 288 points. TDB Race Nules. How many more names are going to get massacred in this race today? They're in second place with 266. And Scuderia Ravioli are in platinum. I bet I know what's happened with Goat Racing number 2. So for platinum though, Howie, TDB and Scuderia Ravioli, they're over top of the table. And the rest of the teams we'll get to as we go through the race. Teams of note, Goat Racing number 4, the partner car to the one we're watching at the moment. Team Hive Mind, Grumpy Old Farts. Apparently they've shed Morphe for the last 2 rounds. Their secret weapon has been removed, so we'll have to see how they do. They're 9 for the moment. And yeah, no time to pee. That's very embarrassing, guys. Come on, try harder. So that's the Platinum Championship. For the Silver Championship, I've got the special effect then. Revolution Sim Racing Team Red, we're a long way in front really. They keep finishing really strongly in both rounds so far. Dive Bomb Motorsport Beta, they're in second place. Only a few points behind, so pretty close between the pair of them. And then Celtic Bromance Brum Brum are just ahead of BeesWax Completely Beached. You can't keep asking me questions. I can talk for 12 hours, no problem, don't you worry about it. But the Celtic Bromance just ahead of the BeesWax Racing, pretty close on points. I know, because it's my team, we had issues with a game crash on the previous round, Completely Beached, really cost us dear. And we dropped for a long way back. TWG Racing in 6. Other teams I may know. Obviously BeesWax misbehaving. They actually pulled out of round 1, got 0 points for Barcelona after a number of technical issues. I'm sure I've come across the Northern Ireland Nighthawk Special Boys before. There's Goat Racing number 2. So must have really performed in the second round or something, but they've been lifted out of silver class and put to platinum. If I've got that the right way around. Wouldn't surprise me if I haven't. I've got a limited amount of info to work off. But Goat Racing number 2 really putting in a strong performance to come out on top of Hot Super Pole. Get it right in the end. And let's have a look at the actual Platinum qualifying. So Grumpy Old Farts, would you believe? Morphe's not racing. Is that a coincidence? So qualifying is made up of the average time of all the drivers that make up the team. And Grumpy Old Farts managed to top the table with a 201.4 between the 3 of them. Second place, Howie Racing. And then you see Goat Racing number 4. They were in 3rd. Nürburgring Esports for Platinum misses in 4th place. Karimabimba. We'll go with that one. Karimabimba Motorsport, non-sweaty. That's not true. Nobody can do a race like this and not be sweaty at the end of it. They were 5th. Race Canuges still haven't made a name up apparently. Intercontinental was 7th. Heller Gewurz Ketchup Racing Delicat. That just rolls off the tongue. They were 8th. Plesco Cars 9th. And No Time to Pee again in 10th. On the silver qualifying front, Goat Racing number 2. They were the first silver team to qualify. We Chefs Racing Team, WRT and Lever Sim Racing, they came in 2nd. 2 Aston Martins there at the front. The Revolution Sim Racing Red qualified 3rd out of silver in the Bentley. Now they have strongly performed in the previous 2 rounds. I think they've won both the previous 2 rounds. So 3rd probably won't be too much of a worry for them. The real battle, of course, at Bathurst is getting through 12 hours with hitting the wall the least number of times to those compared around you. Expect lots of repairs in this event. The 4th silver team, apparently it was BeesWax misbehaving. Well done to Eugene and the crew. Karibamba Motorsport Am team is 5th. Celtic Bromance Brum Brum. The battle still continues. Celtic Bromance Brum Brum in 6th and BeesWax Completely Beached right behind them in 7th. Heather Geschurch Racing Ketchup, sorry. Oh, I'll get that right one day. 8th. Slow Patrol. Oh, Fast Thinker Slow Movers 9th. Lithuanian Army in 10th. And we've got some bronze runners this race. Bronze are the... oh yeah, it's going to be a... yeah, you're going to help your team. Mr. Fura. Oh my goodness. Bronze, not a guest for this round. So if there's a gap created by one of the silver or platinum teams being unable to take part, then the opportunity is presented for a team off the reserve list. So bronze teams are from the reserve list. Their pace is a little bit unknown, and they can mix things up a little bit. So 3 guest teams for this event. Wheelbarrow Racing team with the highest qualifier. Another Celtic Bromance entry. Skirt. What's going on there? They were second, and the Park Ferme endurance race didn't set a time, so I'll be interested to see if they actually turn up for the event if they didn't set a qualifying time. I think that's it for all the exciting... oh, no. Wait a minute. Oh, I've got to muck about. All these things I have to do. Because we need to look at Super Pole. Let me just go and find that one out. There we go. Oh, don't you just love... oh, I can't move it. There we go. Here we go. Professional to the end. Here we are. That's a bit better. So, Super Pole, Goat Racing number 4. Came in on first place. Nürburgring Esports team was second. Howitt Racing, who are usually pretty strong at this event, for this tier, the previous endurance, they came in third. Plisko Cars were fourth. Name to be determined. Race News. That's easy to say. It's fifth. Hella Gajuj Ketchup Racing Delicat 6. Team Hive Mind Grumpy Old Farts, having done that really good job during the week of qualifying, came 7th out of Super Pole. No Time to Pete was 8th. Intercontinental Racing 9th, and Caribamba Motorsport Non-Sweaty. Looks like they had a real problem there in Super Pole. It looks like no time stat really. 31 minutes to get around Bathurst. Not even Nins is that slow, I don't think. So I'd say they had a bit of a bump into the wall, and I did set a time. Probably of note there is the team placed 5th and 6th, name to be determined, and had a Gurich Ketchup, exactly identical times, no difference between them. But I guess it was settled on the who did the faster qualifying time over the week. Pretty close between all of them. 2:01.2 the fastest time. Nürburgring very, very close behind, and just 3 1/1000ths of a second between the first and second place. And so 2:01s all the way down to 6th, and then Hive Mind, the Grumpy Old Farts, just on 2:02 dead. And it looks like we're about to commence the race at last. So we're forwarding through. This will really test me out now, I bet. Oh, the wonders of technology. It looks to me like Thunder's going to be rolling out for the Goat team number 2, number 4 even. Get it right. That's the mistake I've made. It's Goat Team 4, not Goat Team 2. No good being a commentator. Going to give you all duff info. But don't worry, I can fix that, and then none of you will be any the wiser. See? Fixed. Goat racing number 4. Slight wait now until we wait for them to commence the formation lap. And if anybody notices, by the way, that pit wall isn't working, let me know in chat, because I'm responsible for the connection. Should all be fine. But I've only got so many pairs of eyes to look in. Apparently, it's 12. Seems to be got 12 different directions at once at the moment. It's hard work, this. That pit wall appears to have disappeared somewhere. Oh, there it is. Found it. Still 1.5 minutes to wait. How much carnage on lap 1? I think it will be a fair bit, to be honest. There's a lot of cars on the track. We've got 40 entries from the looks of things. That's a lot of cars to squeeze over the mountain. Very much always single file over the mountain. Anybody who tries to go 2 abreast, it usually ends in disaster. Even when you're under blue flags, it's usually not a good idea to try and let somebody get past. I've answered questions now. A few people still having issues getting themselves. So we had the server restart. ACC has issues when you do endurance racing. You must join in the right order. If you don't get the order right, it screws up your car completely. You can end up with drivers locked out. It happened to us at Suzuka on a 12-hour race. We had 2 drivers locked out of the car, and I ended up driving for something like 5-6 hours straight, which wasn't much fun. 5 seconds to go on the formation lap. Go Racing leads them out. Yeah. Tricky business this. The data I've got available doesn't decide to tell me what the team name is. Oh, Goat Racing stalling there has stopped. Start finish line. I'm sure what the issue may be. They're going to go out from the pits. They've just put into Discord. They've got some big problems, so that immediately promotes the 165 car into prime position. Nürburgring esports team now will be leading out the whole group. Whole pack, I should say. Alright then. So Aaron, Sebastian and Oliver are driving for the Nürburgring sports team today. Doesn't seem to tie with the name on the coming out of broadcaster. I heard the broadcaster was good. It's proving its worth. It's Aaron who's driving. Aaron leading out for the Nürburgring Esports team. Quite how they've managed to get a Honda that far up the field is quite remarkable. As Weaving trying to warm their tyres up for the start of a race. Tyre management will be a bit of a factor. It's the same for everybody. Most teams will try and push their stint runs to the max. We are not expecting rain here on the mountain today, not to my understanding anyway. And they've been very kind at AOR with the start time we've got at 6 AM in game and the finish time at 6 PM. Means it won't get dark, which would add to the entertainment, I'm sure. It's coming down Conrod Straight now. We've got the right-left kink of the chase to get through. Aaron will be trying to back them up a little bit now and get the bunch all together. Real opportunity for the third place car there, number 969. Which is the Howie Racing team. Real opportunity because they've won, I think, both the opening 2 rounds. So real opportunity for Howie. They've got a clear track in front of them. Mr. H. Ludwigs, no first name. And they're away. Start 12 hours of Bathurst. It'll be a long day for them all. Into T1. Looking okay so far. Further down the pack, still looks clean. To the back of the pack. 3 wide, that's exciting. I can't detect any collisions. In front of a race. Aaron leading the way. A nice little lead out there on Howie Racing in second place. Going through the cutting for the first time and climbing up through Griffin's Mount. Comes out across the top of the mountain, skirts the wall on the right. And pulls to the left for Skyline. Then the controlled crash that is the S's. I'll randomly jump back down the field, see everybody's okay. Look at that, nose to tail. A few little bumps and scrapes. As everybody gets really close to each other. Always there's a spinner there. Number 778 has spun out. Got a look like he may have had a little tap at the back. He won't be very happy. It's Celtic Bromance. Skirt, skirt. And doing the 95-point turn to get out. He'll be really pleased. Somebody's coming. Just manages to avoid them. That'll be... well, there's the... our pole setter. Our pole setters from Hot Laps. Going through. But... away at last, Celtic Bromance entry. Already over the start-finish line for Aaron in the 165. That looked to be reasonably light for first lap in terms of potential damage. Honda, not a well-renowned car in ACC. Not very popular usually. Not seen as very quick by a lot of people. And then somebody will generally pop up and prove you completely wrong. Such as now. Times like this, you wish you had an assistant. Yes, because I'm having a look at about a dozen different places. Trying to find the Nürburgring esports team, but they want to guess. Oh, platinum class. We're a long way down. Yeah, 19th at the moment. So a strong performance from the Nürburgring esports team. Nearly there. Is the best idea. So this is the details for 165, currently 19th in class. They are in platinum. They did qualify 4th overall, but did well in Super Pole, came out in 2nd. Aaron's driving at the moment. Looks like either it could well be his brother Sebastian, and Oliver Cancer makes it the 3rd driver for that team, going down the mountain now. ACC. Get this. Wondered why I couldn't see any data. We love ACC. This won't do it. You don't want to see no information all the way through a race. There we go. Oh, it's Sebastian who's driving. Looks like pit walls telling me lies. See a couple of cars. The 63 car, for example. Not in quite the right place where it wants to be. So they're a long way down. Must have had a bit of an incident already. '63 car, the QV Motorsports entry. Zamfir driving at the moment is with Aolin and Patrick. QV Motorsports qualified in 39th, 16th in class. So not having a great start because the leaders are coming up behind them. So not a great start there for the 63 car and the 222 car doing having an even worse time. Currently at the back of the pack a little bit. It's Noobs Gamers. Darren's driving at the moment. Darren, Daniel, Richard and Trevor making up the Noobs Gamers. In a Porsche as well on the mountain. That's a very brave choice to take a Porsche around Bathurst. Because normally if the Porsche so much as looks at a curb in the wrong way, it will kill you instantly. And there's plenty of opportunities to die on the mountain. The concrete walls making life very difficult. So, Noobs Gamers, car number 2222. They qualified, they're a platinum class car, so they're quick boys. They qualified 29th overall. And they qualified 20th in class for platinum. So they must have had a bit of a mishap at the start. So they're right down the back of the field, unfortunately for them. But it's 12 hours. There's a long way to go. Plenty of time to make it up. At the front of a race, it's still Sebastian drive for the Nürburgring esports team. Gap currently 0.6. Well, the Ludwigs of Howie Racing. Like we said, Howie usually have taken away victory in both previous rounds, as to my understanding. I'll be right at the front. Still trying to close in on the Honda. Probably sat there in his Aston Martin going, how's a Honda going that quickly? It's impossible. They've done it. Now he's got through, has he? No, he hasn't. I can't see. Goff's going through the cutting again, climbing up the mountain. I tell a lie, actually. How he came third on the round one and came first on round two. Pretty tight on the Honda though, on the descent. Data for the Howie Racing team. This Lovers who's driving at the moment, he's got his teammates Daniel and Philo lined up for some point in the race. They are leading the Platinum class at the moment. Did qualify overall in second place, but came out of Super Pole in third. But they're always a strong runner. Like I said, third on the first round at Barcelona and then won the last round out at Kailami. But plenty of time to make up, get past the Honda and give themselves another victory. Somebody is in the pits, but I'm having trouble getting to them. That implies there's a disconnect there for car 119. So 119 with issues already showing in the pits on director, but I cannot get to them. I think they may well be out of the race already. Car 119 is Ayala and Solo Racing. Not a name I'm familiar with. See if I can find out any more details about them. I think there may have been a bronze entry. Yeah, I really can't find any details out about those at all. Mystery team. Oh, there you go. Now a platinum class, qualified 13th. They were 22nd in the championship. Didn't do round one, or failed to finish round one for whatever reason, and came midway down the field for round two. But it looks at the moment like they may well be out. As they are not selectable. And they've dropped off. So didn't get very far into a race at all before we've already lost somebody. Car number 54 as well there, just had the yellow flags. That Porsche does look a bit bent. They've carried on though. '54 is the Indian Racing Community team. Gaurav and Rishabh. Indian Racing Community Porsche boys. Gaurav, who's driving at the moment. Quite a few Indian Racing Community entries. He's trying to find out where they are on the table. Oh, Porsche boys were pretty good. They qualified 11th overall, just outside the Super Pole qualifying. So they've got speed, but well, we don't know what happened. Hopefully by the end of 12 hours I'll get the hang of. Oh, looked like a big smash up on the mountain. Somebody pointing the wrong way. Try and use the instant replay feature, see how that works. So this is a replay now going up the mountain. There's a lot of cars very close to each other. The blue flag's being waved as well for somebody in the mix there. It's got to be going up towards Skyline, wherever whatever happened. Oh, did those two come together? Well, they may have just touched. Big spin. Bit of a smash in the side for the 170 Ferrari. Oh, and then he got clipped again by that looked like a Audi going through. Big damage on that Ferrari now. It'll need boxing for repairs. But, somebody was going a bit quick then through yellow flags, I'd say. Back to the live action. The 170 Ferrari coming down the mountain. Number 3 car into the pits. Hey, well, let me go to somebody who's in the pits for some reason. It's just not having it. Oh, there we go. Oh, that Audi's looking pretty bent. That's going to be a few minutes of repairs for that one. And this is probably the mountain taking its first set of victims. Number 3 car is Pack Firme Endurance Racing. They're a guest car, bronze class. Not having a great time. It would appear that broadcaster has ground to a halt on me. I'll be with you in a second when it wakes up. Hope you keep an eye on pit wall for me as well, because I use replay then. There we go. That took a long time for it to wake up. Back with 165. Got a little bit of a gap now. Yeah, seem to stack up all my instructions then and execute them all at once. It's now going to hop around for 5 minutes. So getting a little bit of a gap there for 165 car. Sebastian. Now I've got a gap of 1.488 seconds. Number 3 car's finally rejoining. Gonna be quite a way down though. So he got a drive-through, did he? Not getting any information like that at my end from all these tools about who's got drive-throughs, etc. Yeah, I should go and check on my own teammates, really, shouldn't I? Before we do that, we'll have a look at Voodoo. Oh, we'll try to. There we go. Voodoo. That's not Voodoo, is it? 308. It says Alistair Ramsden. Pacemakers. Yeah. Broadcaster's very confused. That is indeed Pacemakers Racing, car 308. Alistair at the moment, Danielle Pugh and Kevin Butts, co-drivers. Qualified in 17th overall, 15th in class for Platinum. And they're 8th overall at the moment in Platinum class. Race 10 laps in. Already some cars 2 laps down. Another driver in the pits at the moment, it would appear. Or is that the 119? I think the 119 car is out. Let's go and find our friends at Grumpy Old Farts. Seven to 8 is where they need to be. Oh. I'd heard that ACC director was a little bit flaky, and yes it is. So Dazuka driving at the moment down in 20th place. This team qualified in pole overall. And then came out of Super Pole in 7th place. Dazuka driving at the moment. The co-drivers for this team are going to be Voodoo, who's well known by anybody in the Apex Online racing. He's making a move here on the McLaren. Oh, I didn't quite have enough to get through there. See how we go. Going through a chase. Nope, not close enough. Dazuka's got some real speed, so it'll be a big threat to that McLaren right in front of him. Just behind Dazuka is Nins in my team. I might try and restart this director program in a minute. It's just not responding. Let's double check pit wall still working. Still looks to be working on pit wall. Honda of 165, Sebastian at the controls, still out in front, but the gap's now down to just 1 second. See the huge gap that the two leading cars have now got. Gap now between first and second place down to third is 6.3 seconds. Somebody else just in the pits. Somebody else just having a moment on the mountain. 435, there's a number of cars going slow on the mountain again. Sure we're going to get there quick enough. Number 333. That's Nins. Nins has had a bit of a moment already. He said he was going to kiss the wall. So let's give that a 30-second replay. Try and see what happened. If it's going to work. I did one replay and it appears to have really messed up. Oh, Nins is off again from the looks of things. He's got must have big damage. Is he teleported to the pits? Well, that Nissan's off. He has teleported to the pits. That means the damage must have been very significant. So, disaster for my team. I'm going to try and restart. Director, things could blow up now. I'm getting no response from it. I'm going to find it now. Heck. Close. So you use a little app called Director to control what we're looking at, and it's decided it doesn't want to work anymore. And without it, I'm going to struggle to do anything. Go back to the old ways. Still got a 0.6 gap. No director's come back. So still in the pits for Nins. Couldn't get a replay out of director. Can't get it to change camera. And it doesn't work very well. Right, we don't want to look at Nins in the pits. Please change. I think when somebody goes in the pits, it has a meltdown with itself. But there'll be a lockout now for the car while the repairs are done. I'll put it on. I've tried everything to get away from looking at Nins in the pits, and nope, he's having a meltdown. Four minutes of damage I can see for Nins in the chat. There we go, finally snapped out of it. I don't know what goes on with director there, it just seems to be getting slower and slower. Put my phone, turn my phone to silent. So still out front for 165 and 969. They've got a huge gap now over P2. Tight battle between these two. Could be going on for many hours from the looks of thing. We're only 30 minutes into the race. Quite a number of people have had very extensive trips to the pits already. I've really thrown in the timing off as well for the pit stops. Certainly I know it's the BeesWax racing car there and 4 minutes of repairs. But we're only 30 minutes in. Ideally you want to try and stretch those runs to the hour or just over the hour, so you're not wasting time with extra pit stops. But I think that's going to be a minor factor. Most of the field, as you can see from number 738 onwards, are still fairly bunched up this far into the race. There's a mixture though of cars that are in the race and technically being lapped. "17 seconds though now, the gap from the front two down to 738 car, which is leading up the rest of the bunch. And that isn't the car I selected. Neither is that. Trying to go for the 738 car. Now that is the Zuka about to try and move up the inside of the 41, but it's for position. Big damage there on the Aston of Haxiweg. Let's look at the inside coming into turn one. Hell corner. Nah. Apparently my stream link's not been published or something. Let's see what we can do. Copy that. Tell you what, there's a lot going on. I wish I knew what director was up to. Ah, that's what I might be up to. It's automatically doing it. It's absolutely living a life of its own. Oh, I can't type either. Okay, so what we've established so far is that ACC director does what it wants to do and won't stop. I have to close it again. It's absolutely got a life of its own. Right, here's the front two. It's doing it again. Stop it. So I decided to use auto director when it went a bit crazy, and now I can't turn it off. We are with the leader though, and that is P2 behind us. Yeah, gap now over the third place car appears to be 24 seconds. With the 92 car at the moment, currently P13. Leaders are doing 203s. Most of the rest of the field is a mixture of threes, mostly fours. A longer time in there. Oh dear. My team's car, number 333, down at the back of the field. 3 laps down, massive lockout. They had to teleport back to the pits. Still can't get a broadcaster to work. Determined to keep showing the chase cam, whether I want it to or not. That's made there. I don't know what was the position while the game was having a fit with itself. It's definitely got auto camera still running. Auto director. So this is a battle. Number 7. Honda. Why does it keep doing that? Then just trying to get back into the race, I think, trying to unlap himself. Have a lot of technology problems here. Well, I can't stop it. We're going to have to take the extreme measure of killing the game. I'm coming back in. Which will disconnect pit wall, which won't please anybody. But we'll be back in a few seconds. How's Steve gone? Steve. I'd lost all control then, now over all the cameras. Not ideal. Interminable wait for it to load. I hope it is doing something. Or is it that my computer's having a meltdown? Could that be what it is? Because it sure as hell isn't started like it normally does. Oh right, no, it is going to start. That was a very long time for it to reboot. Oh, I hate this face. Right, back in again.
Green light. Go, go, go.
Okay. Let's try and restart director. Slight disruption there to pit wall. I'll restart. It's reinitializing now, so that's good to see. With Nins, who's still last, plus 4 laps now. Nothing changed at the front whilst we're away, but they are coming up on traffic now for the 2 leaders. It's car 738 in the pits, dropping down the field. Azuka now up to 15th. Looks like director's back, so we will take a bit of a risk. Still not behaving itself. Stuka's still trying to cut through the field. That is 727 right in front of him. I think it is. He's not quite close enough to get through. Car out of position, of course, due to an incident on the opening laps. So director still not behaving itself. Stuck with the old-fashioned tools. Gap now at the front between Friedlack and Ludwig's is 1.5 seconds. We're about 20 minutes away from the first round of scheduled pit stops, but the field now looking quite spread out. Number of penalties coming through. Have a quick look actually on Discord. That's Steward's race control. So, cruise control issuing the first penalties of this race. There's an incident between car 81 and 54. Car 81 being the Plico cars entry. They're currently in third place. So third place car involved in an incident with number 54. 54 being the Indian racing community Porsche boys. That was a Porsche we saw with a lot of damage. Looking a lot more pristine now. It might be because I've had to restart the game to try and get it back under control. But the 10-second penalty for the Porsche boys. They're all the way down in 27th place now. So 10 seconds will hurt them a little bit. Well, I think being where they are will hurt them even more. The car they had the incident with, all the way up into third place. So they're looking pretty good at the moment. Car 81. Still that big gap between the front leading two. 2 seconds now, the gap that Fiedlack's got on Hudvix of Howie Racing. And yeah, broadcaster is just not working. Don't have any of the camera controls I should do, so we're stuck doing things the old-fashioned way, unfortunately. I don't know what would cause it to reinitialize itself. At the moment, the 165 Honda doing slightly faster lap times than the Howie Racing car. Last lap from Fiedlack was 203.309, and Ludwig's did a 203.753. But the gap's hovering at 1.8 seconds now. It was 2 seconds a short while ago. They've got a little bit more traffic just up the road from them. Big bunch of cars though from 308 onwards. .308 car from Pacemakers Racing. He's got a slight lead out there on the 666 of Floria. 666, the Goat Racing number 2 team. Goat Racing number 4, remember, took first place on Super Pole, but had some technical issues at the start of the race and went back to the pits. Or pulled over the formation lap, started right from the back of the field. Florio under threat from behind really by Young in the 70. Bentley. Revolution Sim Racing Red, so that's a silver class car, and they are they've taken victory of very high places in the first 2 rounds. As a consequence, well ahead, just ahead on the championship table, ahead of Dive Bomb Motorsport Beta, who I've not seen so far in this race. Or is that the highest placed silver car there for the... yes, it is. 666 car. Yes, yet again. The Revolution Sim Racing Red team at the front. Young just behind them, though, is also a silver class car. Actually, am I lying through my teeth? I am, aren't I? Goat Racing number 2 is... the 666. Goat Racing 2 down in 19th on the Silver Championship table. Those points from Barcelona and just 80 points from Kailami on round 2. .35 off the trap just then, it seems. Slowly recovering. Nins still trying to get back into the race really, for a big tall order with all that damage at the top of the mountain. A few laps back, just before Director imploded on me and stopped working altogether. Gap now at the front of the field is 3 seconds, so or hovering on 3 seconds. So it was actually Friedlach just going through on Nins. Ludwig just behind him, so could be traffic interfering, but 165 car from the Nürburgring Esports team. Still trying to get a bit of a gap on the Howie Racing side. And in silver class, is he through? 70 is missed that one, and I can't use rewind because Director's imploded. But Revolution Sim Racing did get through on Florida at last. Must have been on the mountain somehow. Hi Sam. No, there was not too much carnage at the start, but it was just 1 or 2 people off. But no big pile-ups. We got to see one of the Celtic Bromance do a 12-point turn at the top of the mountain after a spin on the descent from the mountain, but there was no massive pile-up. But there's been a number of incidents after the race had started where I've been unfortunately grappling with the technology and then decided it just doesn't work. So I've had to resort to my old tried and trusted methods of getting cameras onto the race. At the moment though, we're just seeing the silver class leader now for Revolution Sim Racing Red, just gone past the Aston Martin of Goat Racing number 2. Goat Racing number 2 have been didn't get any points at all in Barcelona and middling points from Kailami, whereas number 70 car of Revolution Sim Racing Red, they came I think 2nd or 3rd in Barcelona, 1 at Kailami, currently topping the silver class table. Out front, Friedlach for Nürburgring Esports Racing Team, trying to build a lead over Ludwig's in 969 for Howie Racing. Howie Racing currently leading the Platinum Championship. But it's a long 12 hours to go. It's 11 hours and 6 minutes to go. So we were expecting the leaders, those that haven't had to go into the pits so far for repairs, to be pitting after about an hour and 5 minutes really, is your maximum stint time. Normally, certainly the strategy we take is to try and run those stints to the max, and then that gives you some flexibility relating on the race, or allows for an extra pit stop for repairs or some time for repairs without causing you to take an entire extra pit stop. Some of the teams, such as Nins just in the background there, have had big smashes early on in the race and have had to pit within 30 minutes. The Triple 2 car perhaps pulling over a bit too much there. Let somebody through. Looking a bit beat up already, that Porsche. There is Triple 2. Nice. Yeah, a lot of few battle scars there on the Porsche Byford. That's Noobs Gamers, who are doing quite well, I believe. We had a quick look before at them. Noobs Gamers are currently 12th in the Platinum class championship. Having a hard time on this race. Porsche is a unforgiving car on the mountain, and that looks like they're handling really jittery on him. Nin's trying to unlap himself. And with the amount of damage on that Porsche, you hope, especially as it's my team, that they'll just let us through. 3 seconds now. That's what Fiedlat's got to lead out the front on the Howie Racing car. The Nürburgring Esports team trying to build up a bit of a lead. See how well they do in the pit stops, really. Shevik in third. Gap now 25 seconds. See the little red dot just going into the chase, whereas the leaders are going into Hell Corner on turn 1. So about an eighth of a lap behind, perhaps, for Savic. But Savic's got a nice gap behind them, because it's 43 seconds down. So another 20 seconds to Rota, who's also just going into the chase. So some big gaps forming across the front of the field. And Eugene, the other BeesWax Racing entry, currently in P8, doing quite well. Well, they've had a difficult league so far. Just coming under some slight pressure from silver class car behind them. 420 Ferrari of Takanashi. That's it. Karibambimba Motorsport. Apparently they claim to be non-sweaty. Rika Takanashi and Dogo, the two drivers, so doing 6 hours each. Quite a lot of driving for one day. But just 0.6 was the gap. It's opened up a little bit. Eugene trying to pull away. Eugene currently third in class on silver. And as soon as he's about to go through the cutting, climbing up the mountain, Florio really is just ahead of him, so very pretty close between first, second, and third in silver class. The Revolution Sim Racing Red Team car, though, got past the 666 of Goat Racing number 2, and it's really started to pull away. 2.7 seconds. It's only a few laps ago that we were watching the pair of them right behind each other. So Eugene will need to push hard to stay in contact. Message to Nins. 222 to Nins. Was that where he yeah, it was. Do it on the back straight, he was saying. Drivers communicating in Discord chat, trying to clear the way and get themselves through traffic. A lot of cars will be out of position in this race due to damage. It looks like we may have the first scheduled pit stops. Takahashi coming in dead on the hour. And we would anticipate most drivers to take a little bit longer. Everybody's bound to have some sort of damage usually. Also in the pits, third place, silver class car, platinum class car, sorry, Cevic. Plico car. Done already, down off the jacks. That was pretty quick stop really. Going to rejoining quite a fair amount of traffic though, coming around the pits at the moment. Still trying to get broadcast at work again. Yeah, Takahashi now down off of jacks and pulling out the pits. Not there too long either. But it would be dangerous not to elect to get any repairs done that you might need. Damage builds up in ACC as little points. And your car can seem to be fine. You get one little knock and all of a sudden all the wheels seem to fall off at once. Just desperately trying to see if we can find some way of fixing director. I don't think I can. No, think director is bust, everybody. Plisco, you've got no chance, mate, of me remembering how to get your name right. Plisco. Oh, my things have come back. I don't know how I managed to do that. Crikey, quick. Oh, that might have been a mistake. Off again. I've got no control over it, I think. He likes Dazuka, I'll tell you that. So everybody is boxing now. And I'm taking a huge gamble in trying to use director. We could soon give this up if I got no control, which appears to be the case at the moment. Oh, I've got some highlight things that are being populated. I have no idea what's going on with the old technology at my end. All I do know is the Zuka's finally pitting along with everybody else, so most of the field is now in the pits. Still 165 out in front. It looks like the Howie car has boxed though. And if anybody knows how to make director work, it would be very helpful. Dazuka back out. A lot of the cars are now rejoining. I'm going to have to give up on that one, clearly. Dazuka in 10th at the moment, following the pit stops. Eugene. Oh, suddenly moved on me. Where did he go? Oh, they've changed driver to Xavier now. 11th. So dropped to 4th in class, but I think there may be some people still are actually in the pits. Our leader in the pits, down off the jacks and pulling away. So they are about to rejoin the track. Looks like unfortunately Dazuka's had a bit of murder. Lots of grumbling going on in Discord. Yeah, I'm having lots of tech problems trying to get the coverage. Ben's still stuck at the back in traffic. A long way to go. 12 hours though, guys. And what happened to our car can happen to everybody else as well. Friedlander out in front has got now a nearly a 3.6 second lead. Keep being tempted to go back to director, but I think it completely has a will of its own now. So the gap not that big. You can just see the Honda just in front there of Friedlander. So 3.5 seconds, both going down. Conrad straight at the moment towards the chase. Shevik still about a quarter of a lap behind. He's just coming up towards over the mountain. Now he's going down Skyline. Well, that's very doing through the S's at the moment. Just been over Skyline. That confusing on the little mini map there for me. Ramsden's really moved up though. He's right behind Shevik now, who at one point had a 20-second lead. So either not pitted. Well, he could be out of sequence with pitting, but I'd be surprised if he was that far up. So Ramsden looking pretty solid. Currently the leading silver class car is the number 70. Change of driver, I fancy. For the Revolution Sim Racing red team, as usual, moving towards the front of the class. They've been over the start-finish line, so that will show 666 slightly lapped down, but that will change in a second. But 666 now, that far behind. Number 70 car already around Hell Corner. And way down the mountain straight, in fact just about to start through Quarry up towards the cutting, and the 666 car only just ran Hell Corner, so quite a lead now for the first of silver class car. third place in silver class now goes to 330 car. That's a Lithuanian Am. Oh my god, here we go. Regimantas Tadas and Darius. And Andrej driving for Lithuanian Am. And at the moment, it's Andrej Timovijev. Sabia, a bit of a way behind. Looks like a bit of damage perhaps to the back of the Lexus there. But what's most important, I think, is to just try not to have an accident, really. Some drivers will push hard and will have an accident, and that'll cost them a lot more time in the long run. I think it was an visual illusion before. Doesn't look too bad on the back of the old Lexus there. Looks like the one of the 150-meter marker boards has gone from somewhere on the course. I used to find it most difficult to figure out my braking point on the chase, which these cars are about to go into, because it was very difficult. We had to use a bit of a tree. There's a tree on the right-hand side of the road, but it wasn't a great deal of use as a brake marker. So once those brake markers go, very, very difficult to figure out the braking for the chase. Izuka still trying to work his way back up through the field, having had a difficult start. Got involved in an incident that was being discussed on Discord just briefly a few minutes ago. So may well get a penalty, because I think they were admitting liability in the chat. 63 car way off. I think being lapped by traffic and... I think the Aston may have come back over a little bit too early then, while the Mercedes was still there. It's number 87 car. That's a long way. Is it a long way up? I do this every time. Up and down, up and down. Oh, it was a lapped car, was it? Because it was down in 37th place. It did seem to come back across the Mercedes. The Mercedes actually ahead of them. Ollie, oh, you're flashing your lights. You know, it's happened. And the 170 Ferrari not having a great race, because that's a 30-second stop go for speeding in the pit lane. It's the only reason you get one of those penalties. So, big disaster for the No Time to Pete team. And they are platinum class. So they are not having a good race. Going into this round, they were 15th in class on the championship table. And it doesn't look like... Well, there's still 10 hours and 48 minutes to go. But it's going to be a long drive back from currently 37th now. But Nins has got past somebody. But I'd say the 119 car was the car we saw. I thought they were out. They're still going. Porsche 119. All kudos to them, because races like this are where you can get points. Yeah, it's the Ayala Asun Solo racing team of Kevin Reyes, Jorge Nunez and Ajmir Van Gogh. I think they've had a disconnect for quite some time because they're 30 odd laps down, but they've come back. Meanwhile, up front, Ludwig's for Howie Racing is really closed up now on Feedlack for Nürburgring Esports Ring. Nürburgring Esports now down to 0.7. It looks a bit more of a bigger gap than that. Must be the last sector. It's 0.7. Making a big push. That Honda sliding there, going around the to chase. Big problems at... See what number that is. Somebody's off. 720. 720 car is stuck, it seems. Yeah, it's the worst place to be stuck. Their livery's gone missing as well. Trying to get going. I've been there myself, trying to do a 3-point turn in the middle of Oh, they've teleported back to the pits for safety. But that'll be a 4-minute lockout for the 720 car. That'll really cost them dear. Stuck in the middle of the cutting. I've been there too. Some grumbles of complaints about the 87 car. Oh, it's the one that was getting flashed before. 87, slow patrol racing. Klaas Webster, Jorgen Tips and Eric Westerhoff. Slow patrol. Getting a few mentions you don't want in Discord. A lot of damage on that car as well. Mercedes just ahead of him that we saw in the collision in the final corner. We better stick with the leaders. The gap, oh, 0.5. Still looks more than that. The Nürburgring esports team did a 202.9 on the previous lap, and the Highway Racing team did a 202.4, so close the gap by 0.5. Now it's 2 seconds again, so it's coming and going, the gap, everything flowing. Traffic all around the track now for them, so it's not like they're going to have an empty clear bit of track for an extended period. There's always going to be somebody that they're coming up on. 720 car still stuck in the pits, following that spin in the cutting. Does it just come back to me? Try and broadcaster again. He loves Dizuka. Broadcaster loves Dizuka. It's always going to him. It's always on bonnet cam. Firmly stuck there. He thinks Dizuka's the best driver in the world. I cannot break it away. Absolutely had a little mini meltdown with itself, it has. It's worth a bash. I don't know what it's doing, apart from giving me a heart attack. Oh, of course, while we're looking at Dizuka's bonnet, the 969 car finally... How did he manage to do that? He was 2 seconds behind all the time, and the minute we look away, gets through. We could be looking at that for like 10 laps. And nothing would have happened. But How We Racing is through. Nürburgring Esports down to second overall. Oh, well, it must have been a bit of a naughty overtake because he's just slowed down and let him back through again. Oh, there's a bit of tension in the old Discord. About car 87, I think. So they're trying to defend themselves, saying they're trying to unlap themselves and get back into the race. There's a few people having a little bit of a grumble about how they're doing it. So something happened, but honour was restored, if you like. And How We Racing let through the Nürburgring Esports team car back through to regain the position. off a skyline and down through the semi-controlled crash that is the descent through the S's. So for those that aren't aware, there's an extra little app you can get from Kunos for ACC when you install the dedicated server, and it's called Broadcaster. And it's supposed to allow you to start ACC on your machine and then sort of disconnect yourself but control all the cameras, so you don't have to look at the normal display like you've got on screen at the moment. But it's decided to completely pack up work in less than an hour, and is now non-functional, and it's only good for, are you ready for it, folks? Looking at Dazuka's bonnet. It loves Dazuka's bonnet. That's all it can do now. Transfixed with him. None of the other buttons will work. Oh, he's making a move though on Eugene there. Oh, Sabia, sorry, Sabia. And that is to unlap himself very quickly down the back of the cutting. So for once we did actually cut to some action. Just up ahead, got a bit of 330 attracting some penalties there. That is the McLaren. Car right in front of us actually just got 10 seconds of penalties. Dazuka's through on that one as well, so 2 passes from Dazuka in less than half a lap there. Just in a few corners. So we'll be on a mission to try and get back into this race. Sabia got through as well on the 330 McLaren, so they're having a few issues there at the moment. Maybe it's carrying damage. 330 car being the Lithuanian AM class car. A few penalties coming out. Let's go and check on race control and read these out. So, wow, they've been very busy. The stewards. Looks like I've missed a few, so yeah, there's only the opening one for car 54. However, whole welter of penalties have just been posted. And we saw that one appear on screen. So car 330 got a 10-second penalty for hitting. Car 720 was involved in an incident with them. Let's see where they are. They're last now. Car 720 being the Indian racing community entry. Dipanshu and Sid Govindaranjan. If I pronounced that one wrong, apologies. And then the next penalty was with car 81 and 648. 648 driving dangerously under blue flags. .648 car. Aston Martin. Oh, Goat Racing. No, sorry. The Rev Sport CC. Rev Sport CSC International. Apparently, these guys are tax evaders. Lennart, Jason, and Anna Forster driving in car 648. They got a dangerous driving in blue flags penalty. That's against car 81. Oh god, here we go again. Let me have a quick look in the old P3. Let me look, don't get it wrong. Pleshko was the car that suffered the dangerous driving there from the 648 car. Next penalty out was that's 5 seconds for 648. Next penalty was between cars 41 and 3. Number 3 got 15 seconds and a license point. Everybody's getting license points for these. They're giving away like candy this one. This time round, car number 3 was what we saw in the pits, wasn't it? They had a lot of damage. Yep. Oh, they're in the pits again. And that's an odd time to be in the pits. So they had, I think they had a lot of damage. I think they're out of sequence with pit stops. And they'll be so pleased that they got their fight. They might be too late, possibly. They're getting 15 seconds. It's only been awarded now, so may carry through to the next pit stop. I'm not sure if the game will pick it up if a penalty is awarded as they're in the pits. Car number 3 is the Karim Babimba. I can't say it. Karim Babimba Motorsport AM team. Shane Rees, Mario Bernaldez, and Reed Aldred. Looks like Rees is in the car at the moment. I know Shane is usually going quite quick in my opinion, but most people seem quick to me. So the Karim Bambimba. Now I've said it once. No, that's the non-sweaty team. Is in the platinum class. The Karim Bambimba silver class car. They're 9th in the championship at the moment. It's really going to be hurting them. They're clearly out of sequence for the pit stops. Currently in 35th place. And that car's not moved for some time while we've been looking at it. So I think there's quite a bit of repairs going on there. So that was number 3 car. They got those 15 seconds for hitting car 41. Who's having an exciting time at the moment. Oh, there they are in the background. Car 41 was the car that suffered. Oh no, it's Hella Giwish Ketchup Racing, Spicy Ketchup. Haxyweg. Doesn't sound like a real name, does it? Sven Lechring and Gio. I'm not sure those names are real. But this is the car that was suffering at the hands of number 3. And they're in 22nd place at the moment. Quite a way down on silver class. 9th place in class. Just did a quick check on our team. Yeah, that number 3 car still not moving. And now just starts to pull away. I mean, how long were they sat there for? We'll see when they leave the pits if that 15 seconds is cleared. But it allowed Nins to get through on them. So I'll just show you that, you know, keeping going is really the key here. A lot of people are going to have long pit stops for big repairs. What's going to happen now is the Pleshko car is going to get involved in as many incidents as it can, just because I think I'm going to pronounce it right. I've lost you. Where are you? Oh, you're in there somewhere. So they're back on track now with a number 3 car. Karim Babimba. They are just going through the cutting. Oh, and Nens is almost a lap up on them, so that's good. From a completely selfish point of view. You know who we've not seen mentioned at all yet? Is our arch enemy. Where are they? Oh, here we There's a bit of a shortcut being taken there in the background. Here's the arch enemy. Wait for the camera to catch up. There, the arch enemy, Celtic Bromance, who do not appear to have featured in the penalties so far. Just going down the S's, down the mountain. Currently 5th in class. But unfortunately, you know, the extreme murder on us at the start of the race is, you know, going to cost us. While we've been looking at the penalties, Howie Racing did finally get through on the Honda. There's a big 5-second gap now. But we're not done with all the penalties yet. Next hour was car 63 and 738. So this car 738, the Aston Martin. Name to be determined. Race conductors are Rico Gronlier, Alan Gronlier, Rico Gronlier, Alan Gronlier, and Walter Billen. For race conductors, but that I guarantee that's pronounced wrong. Another shortcut being taken there. Probably the wise move to do there. They suffered a collision at the hands of number 63, according to the stewards. '63 being the entry from QV Motorsports. Zamfir Radu, and that name rings a bell. Olin and Patrick Taff. Olin currently at the car. They got 15 seconds of penalties to serve. In 26th place for the number 63 car. 738 a lot further up there in 8th place at the moment. A bit of a close scrape with the wall then for the Aston, just behind the Mercedes we're following. So obviously all of these, completely selfish point of view, all of these penalties piling up are really helping Triple Three trying to get back in the fight. Not looking good for us to take points though in this race. Next penalty, 738 again. Really in the wall, 738, doing well to still be up in 8th place. So they suffered at the hands of a punt in the view of the stewards for race Caduges. Very difficult. Can we have some rules, please, about the team names? Well, Howie Racing, you can say thanks, but when you finally did your pass, I was looking elsewhere. I was doing all the penalties. So, yeah, you are way in front. Nearly a 7-second gap now for Howie Racing over the Nürburgring esports team. Now, when you're coming up now, you just leave our beautiful Aston Martin alone. Nins is doing his best, bless him. He does like the walls. Oh, that's definitely a wall for 210 then. Where's 210? Quick, everybody spots him. There you are. He's got going again. He has got going again. That was a bit of a smash into the wall, though. Just as we cut to him, it was sideways across the track. That must have been a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for Howie Racing. The second incident was with 8 for 8. Oh. So our third place car was the other one who gave 738 a bit of a punt. Oh, actually got forced off track. So they got 5 seconds for forcing another car off. Naughty boys. Naughty boys. Hang your head in shame, number 81. Bullying people. So, Plesko. Bullying people. That's terrible. Next penalty down was 87 and 27. Oh, 87, the one who was getting 1 or 2 mentions in chat, wasn't it? This is causing a collision on the 27 car, 87 being the slow patrol. Klaus Jürgen and Eric. Trying to unlap themselves, is what they're saying in the Discord chat, and they're pushing hard on that front. 27 car, though, that they was at the receiving end of one of their pushes. I bet you're all... Everybody's watching this, probably all shouting out it's there. There you are. 2 places behind them, another silver class car. It's BMW, that's an unusual choice. You don't see that very often. Sim Racing XP, the Legend 27. I hope he's not 27 of them driving. Oh, it's 4 of them. Nicholas Feinacht, Daniel Grunhofer, Christian Fuchs, Benjamin Cons making up the Legend 27 team. Ben Cons currently at the currently driving for this stint. Should be into stint 2 now for most of the cars that haven't smashed themselves into the wall. They've had a bit of a bump. It looked like the 87 car came off worse because the BMW looks pretty pristine there. Whereas the 87 car looked like it had been beaten up thoroughly. And there's one that's close to my heart. Look at that beautiful livery there on the Aston Martin for BeesWax Racing. Lovely design by Eugene, by the way. Got completely murdered, I believe, because he had to teleport back to the pits, which means it's bad damage. Should we? We need to switch to cockpit view to see how bad his glass is looking. Oh, he's not got a smashed up glass at the moment. That's unusual. That is. Penins. Normally all the glass is fractured, but he's keeping his head down. Oh, it's Helga Bells. Well, we're going to make some time up now. It was Nins. He must have pitted recently. I wasn't watching. Well, he's much faster than Nins, so we're about to make up some time now. However, in 37th, the first challenge laid down by Nins at the start of the race was apparently really caused by car number 435, who, to offend us even more, is in 30th place while we're stuck in 37. And these are the villains of the piece, so we can do some booing, please. Car 435 is the India Racing Team, India Racing Community, Team Kaju, Madhav Sajit, Rajdeepak and Akash Dia. They killed us. They killed the murderers. Akash is currently driving. 45 seconds for that. Ignoring yellow flags, it says. Got 3 license points. I've never seen 3 license points issued before, so well done to them. Possibly a new first for the AOR Racing League. Get 3 points. I must look up at some point what happens. I think because we haven't got any so far, to my understanding, because we're good boys, we've got no penalties on our car. And unfortunately, Eugene's entry didn't finish Barcelona, therefore reducing the chances of them actually having some points. So that was 45 seconds and 3 points to the 435 car. Helga Pales going to be trying to push harder. It's a long way back. He's currently going up the mountain straight towards Quarry. And the car ahead of him is just come through the chase. So, and that's the 210 McLaren. More than half a lap to make up. With a quick glance at pit wall, which is still working, thank God. I have to scroll all the way down. Oh, there's not much guide there. The 210 McLaren just did a 341. And Helga Pels, he must have just changed drivers. He's done a 318, that's an outlet. So both those cars are on outlets. So they're heavily displaced on pit stop strategy. Final penalty from the stewards was to between 120 and 648. I'm looking. It's amazing how you can see numbers but not see them. There's 6:48. So silver class car, but a long way down in P33 at the moment, so not on a great time for 6:48. Oh, that's the tax evaders. Rev Sport CSC International. That's the second time they featured, is it? They did. They featured earlier on. 6:48. We've got Dangerous Driving with car 81, which is Pleshko. But with 120, they actually hit them from sounds of things. Got a collision. 6:48 got 10 seconds for that, so they've been accumulating the penalties. That's why they've got 15 seconds against them. Rev Sport CSC. Platinum class car. Qualified in 15th place overall. So, reasonably quick car to be down in 33rd. So, they've probably, sounds like they've had a few incidents, a few issues. And they came together with 120. Who I'm in trouble seeing. See 120. No. Oh, they've not had a. They've not gone out for a server and come back in again, have they? No. There is no 120. That's confusing. So I don't know who the other car was. 121 is the correct number for Dummy Io's entry. TWG Racing. Dummy does hang around on the BeesWax Racing server on occasion, but he's turned traitor and just done his own thing. He's assembled his own race team there of pretty quick people. It's Martin Kubica, Dummy Io, Thomas Salmogi, and Danny Montero. TWG Racing down in 26th place, and they got punted. It would appear. And that was all the penalties going through. I don't know who 120 is. Might be 121, I'm guessing. Bit of a typo by the stewards there. I won't tell them if you won't. So at the front, Howie Racing now clear by 5.475 seconds on the Nürburgring Esports team. It's been between those two really from the outset of the race. Howie Racing had a clear run at the start of the race when Goat Racing number 4 had some sort of technical issue on the outlet, on the formation lap, and just ground to a halt and said they were teleporting to the pits. So don't know what happened there. No more details have been forthcoming. The 81 Merc was in a bit of a hole on its own. Pleshko car. Got really bad connections there. You can see the ping going bright red. Seems okay in terms of the car position on track, but I want to keep an eye on. And the Pesco car just going into the quarry now, and the car behind it, 17 seconds down, is Papel, number 70, first silver class car. So silver class car in 4th place, which is quite impressive. Car number 70, Revolution Sim Racing red. Oh well, that's actually atypical. They're always doing that. So they're well past the bunch of platinum class cars. In fact, there's a huge gap now to the 2nd place silver car, which is Xavier now in P12 overall. But yeah, I have a grumble about this when it's not us doing well. But yeah, they're always a long way ahead. Is the Revolution Sim Red Racing Revolution Sim Racing Red Car. Tom, John, Colin, and Pierre always putting a very strong drive. It's currently Jean Papel at the controls of the Bentley. He's got the next Platinum class right behind him. Drivers do have a lot to push for on the official table, which doesn't differentiate between class. So Ramsden, currently in 5th place in the 308 Aston, would get 5th place points, not 4th place points for being 4th in class in Platinum. So everything to push for, really. We're putting some pressure onto Papel in the Bentley ahead. He's got pressure himself, really, from Franke. And the number 5 McLaren right behind him. Quick glance where my team's up to. 36th place now. Stop go 30 seconds for 41. You know, Joe, I can't remember if you have to serve that within 3 laps. I think you do. So that's really, really, really punished them. I don't know why they were in the pits, but already a long way down, and with that penalty, that means that 36th place is pretty solid there for my car. Just comment in chat about pit limiter not working. Maybe, I don't know, if you're in 2nd gear the pit limiter doesn't work, or if you, yeah, that's the only way to, oh, there's somebody off track there. Car number 7. Just got going again. Well, that's P17 they were. We're lucky to hold on to that once the settles down in the next sector. Yeah, pit limiter not working usually means you're in gear. A 2nd gear or higher. Nothing is easy for me to say, Mr. Smudge. Nothing at all. If you want your name murdered, come and see this stream. Yeah, my director thing has just completely blown a gasket now. It still thinks Dazuka's in 12th position when he's actually in 13th. Blood. Oh. Cutting to Ramsden. Trying to catch up still on the 70 Bentley of... Get it right this time. Revolution Sim Racing Red, but they've still just ahead of them. Managed to hold on to that position. 1-2-1 Aston is not a factor. I think they're a long way down. Yeah, that's Damiayo actually in 26th place, the 1-2-1. So it's the Bentley, the Aston and the McLaren are the 3 that are fighting each other. This for 4th, 5th and 6th. Slight lead out for the Bentley, but he's catching a bit of traffic just ahead of him. Don't have the data available, unfortunately, to see who is in front. Number 3's gone off. Again, they're having a nightmare in the Audi. Mio Gio just serving that 30-second penalty. But this Audi's having an utter nightmare of a race. If the mountain is unkind to you, it's very unkind. Traffic that's being passed there by these three. Still the Revolution Sim Racing red, just ahead of the 308 pacemakers. You'll need a pacemaker if the pressure gets much higher. Ahead of a number 5 McLaren of Helle Geschwarz Ketchup Racing Delicat. Manuel Rutter, Gregor Frank, Hans-Peter and Jonas Conwald in the McLaren. Brave choice, the McLaren. Did a few seasons in McLaren 720S GT3 and I hated it at the end. If it rains, they're dead, but it's not raining here, so they'll be okay. However, if they catch a curb the wrong way, they'll be dead as well. McLaren can be a good car, but I couldn't stand it anymore at the end. I've not been near it since, I don't think. I'm getting reports, by the way, that it may be a certain Celtic Bromance team that's responsible for missing brake markers. We may need to put out an investigation into what's been going on with the brake marker situation in Celtic Bromance. Yeah, a report from Car 41 in chat. Yeah, they drove right down the field. Where have you gone? There you go. They've had some big technical issues. Yeah, that pit limit's a problem. I've never known it before. I do manual pit limiter now. I know it won't engage at all unless you're in first gear. So even if you press the button and you're in second, it won't come on. So it could be a number of issues. So yeah, that 30-second stop go's really killed them. But like I said, guys, I mean, Nins for car 333 who's ahead of you, who I prefer you not to catch, to be honest, because that's one of my team's cars, got murdered, apparently most brutally, at the top of the mountain right at the start of the race. Had to recover to the pits, got like a 2-minute lockout of the car or whatever. But he's still making the way back through the field, so it can be done. There's plenty of time. It's still 10 hours to make up distance, and what happened to you can happen to anybody else as well. So, you know, it's all to play for still. Let's see where we are. So the BeesWax racing car just coming down the mountain straight. More penalties being dished out. So still close between this lot, Papillon, the Revolution Sim Racing red car just ahead of the Aston of pacemakers, who's just ahead of the McLaren for Helle Geschwarz Ketchup Racing Delicat. Sorry about your pit limiter problems. You can get back in the race. Just when you get back into it, make sure that we stay in front of you. So you got to keep pressure on lapels to make some places up. And you're still ahead of a couple. You're not having as bad a night as the number 3 car, the Audi, who's having a race from hell. Every time I cut to them, they go into the wall. So I best cut away quick. Looks like the stewards have been busy. Howie, long way clear still now. 8 seconds clearance on the Nürburgring Esports team. 8.535 seconds down. Coming down the mountain. As Howie's already completed the exit. And then it's a massive 42-second gap to the third place car. Line number 81. Let's go, let's go. 87's in the pits. It's an unusual time to pit. Well, it's a little bit early, but most of the full stints will be coming in the next 10 minutes or so. That is a little bit ahead of schedule for the 87 car. I was kind of thinking about keeping tabs on who pitted when, but I can assure you that's impossible when you're on your own. '41 car trying to get back through the field now. '37th place. That's always depressing. Car just two in front of him is in 35th place. That's really sort of thing that makes your head drop a little bit, but you got to keep pushing. I mean, the upside is that 35th car Sajid there pulls into the pits, so you're already making time up on them while they're sat there not moving. And the way it's been going, you've got to keep an eye on them and see if they get a 30-second stop go. Oh, we're having a bit of a mare. I've seen a crash. Was it just before I cut to them? Maybe it's commentator's curse, so best stay away. Lots of penalties being dished out. We'll have a look at those in a second. Usually when I look at penalties, people do lots of passes. So, 27 and 778. Oh, it's the legend 27 again. This time it's the legend that... is it the legend who got a penalty last time? No, they were they suffered last time. Oh, that was the back of the Mercedes. I think got punted by a 308 Ramsden. Well, one might well end up with the stewards. I'm not sure. I can't see clearly because I just saw the back of the incident. That's put the number 5 McLaren. Spicy Ketchup, whatever they're called. I'm not pronouncing that name over and over again. Side by side now. With pacemakers. I got ahead of him, I'd say. Oh, he's still side by side. He's got the inside line for the chase, but just far enough ahead. Oh, yeah, he's got a picture of a ketchup on the side of the car. You know what you're eating now. It's well clear there of the Aston as they go into the final corner. Oh, Murray's. Oh, the start-finish lines. They got that pass made now. How they convert the Delicat sauce car. Into the Aston. A big gap though. The Papel got 5 seconds away from these two while they've been sort of hunting each other down. Well, that looks a pretty secure position now. So the 27 car. Looking. There we go. Oh. The BMW. So the BMW cab number 27. They were at they suffered at the hands of the 87 car previously, but this time they are being deemed responsible for a collision. And they've got 15 seconds. It must have been a bit of a heavy collision then. So the Legend 2017 get 15 seconds added for clunking into 778. Radomir Kazierski driving. That's a name I know well. Look at how he's just state of the Aston there. Down the side. 7718. There's only two of them driving. So, oh no, sorry, my apologies. Oh, it's Celtic Bromance. Oh, it's alright. Celtic Bromance got hit. And I didn't pay them to hit them. But Radomir Kazierski, Jurasus Jack, and Christos Jogruk for Celtic Bromance Skirt. I don't know what Skirt stands for. There's been no vowels in the name of their team names. They were the victims of a bit of a punt from number 27. They're in 25th bronze class, so not really a factor in the championship as they're guest driving for this event. We've got some bad scrapes down the side of Aston Martin. Not the leading bronze class car, but I think bronze classes can be very deceiving. Whoever's in there could be silver or platinum class driver. I notice as well there's only 2 bronze class entries, which is disappointing because there were options available for 3 bronze class entries into the event. So it looks like one of the cars didn't take the opportunity at all to set a time and didn't take a space. So if somebody else was denied a race there, which is always a shame, because I'm sure they would have been preferred to have been involved. Next up from the stewards was 420 and 170. Well, I found 170 pretty quickly. It's a Ferrari we've seen a couple of times. 170 team, no time to pee. A yellow Ferrari for yellow stream. And these were the. This is the first one. So these are the victim of a punt from car 420. So this is Krzysztof Magnum, Michael Okushnik and Adrian O'Reilly driving for the No Time to Pee team. Krzysztof Magnum currently driving down in 28th place. And the car that hit them was number 420. Must be in here somewhere. I'm sure I've seen him. There it is. Up in P11. So it's Takanashi. So Takanashi currently in the driver's seat for Karim Bambimba non-sweaty team. It's Takanashi and Dogo. Just 2 drivers, 6 hours each. They gave the 170 car a punt. However, the 170 car gave out apparently as good as it got, because this is the next incident reported to the stewards. Because they hit car 47. It seems to be the same people, isn't it, over and over? Car 47 on the Wislavs racing team, and it's WRT and Lever Sim Racing number 47. Nicolas Armijo, Edgardo Donoso, Nain Obrek. Definitely pronounced that one wrong. Nain Obrek for the WRT Lever Sim Racing 47 car. They got hit by 170. Got 5 seconds as penalty to 170, so, and no license points, so it must have been a bit of an unlucky soft touch. Hello there, Mr. Kuchar. Are you racing today? Final penalty from the stewards was car 666 and 738. Don't know why these numbers are so popular. 666, one of the popular numbers. Always seems to go fast. Gilt Racing number 2. Tudor Floria and Christian Benz. Just 2 of them doing 6 hours each. They were the victims. They took a bit of a punting. They're down in 17th place at the moment in silver class. Currently 5th in silver class. Oh no. 6th in silver class at the moment. That Aston looking a little bit beat up. I'm sure they were a lot further up in the silver class battle earlier on. They got hit by the 738 car. A lot further up the road. 738 car is the name to be determined. Race Nugez. Rico Gronier, Rico Gronier, Alan Gronier on the Rota Billen. It's Alan driving, but they got 5 seconds and no license points. So again, implies a little bit of a light hit. But only hit's a bad hit. Didn't hurt them too much though. They're in 10th place, right behind Sabio at the moment in the 888 BeesWax Racing, 2nd in class. So Eugene and his team having a pretty good drive so far, much better than the other BeesWax Racing entry, which is now in 34th place. So pulling themselves up from the back of the field. Oh, Sabio really made way there for Gronier coming up from behind. I'm sure Eugene's telling him off for not fighting. And now we can put up with my murdering and butchering of people's names. People asking to be let through in the Discord chat. So Sibia currently just going through up onto the mountain. 14 seconds behind. 12 seconds behind, sorry. Debogiev in the 330 McLaren. Bit of a gap. Look at my lap times. Got 10-second penalty as well though on the 330 McLaren. Don't want to go for all the penalties again. Whoa, just stopped stone dead there. Really made way for traffic coming through. Oh, really hurt their lap time. Sibia last time through for the Lexus BeesWax Racing was 2:07. Whereas the 330 McLaren was a 2:05. 330 team being the Lithuanian AMS. Most of the lap times now are in the 2:05 categories. A lot of erratic time. So I guess there's a lot of traffic involved. Just like we just saw for the Lithuanian AMS team. Really pulled over to make way for the cars coming through. No time to pee coming up on them. Oh, we're sitting in the pit, so that really removes the threat of the 330 car. Oh, Sibia's in the pits as well, though, at the same time, so it's pit stop time. Missed that one coming up on us. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Chatting to myself. I've only got 8 viewers. Where's all my viewers gone? We'll be right. So, I guess that's temporary now. At Friedlax back in front for the Nürburgring Esports race team. Howie Racing behind, but it's pit stop time. I'm going to hazard a guess. Yeah, 33 seconds. Howie's done their pit stop and the Nürburgring Esports team haven't. Second place, third place now at the moment for the Revolution Sim Racing Red team. All these places will be mixed up a little bit for the moment whilst the pit stop process takes place. The 330 McLaren coming out pretty close behind. It was the 888 BeesWax Racing. I think the gap may be about the same when it settles down. Won't know until who's driving until we get to the end of the first sector and the computer updates itself. Number 7's gone off. Somebody goes off, it always goes down. It's terrible of me. I can't see number 7. Is it disconnect? Oh, that's not a good place to be. Not a good place to be at all. There'll be some colourful language going on inside the number 7 car at the moment while it desperately waits for a gap. Intercontinental Racing. It says Afonso's driving, but he was just pitted. He might not be Afonso, but it's Brian Thompson. Oh, what a place to be stuck. They'll be cursing. Because you're stuck in the middle of a track like that. If somebody comes, you're dead neat. Oh, he's got to wait. Finally managed to pull away. Lost a ton of time there. Lose a lot of places as well. Brian Thompson, Andra Afonso and Koski. Intercontinental Racing. Driving out the Honda. Very brave of them. They qualified in 7th place, would you believe, in Platinum class. But didn't have a particularly successful Super Pole. Qualified 9th on Super Pole. The only team behind them were the Karim Bamba Motorsport non-sweaty, who didn't set a time. But having a bit of a nightmare of a race, dropping right down the team, maybe placements. Intercontinental. Don't look to be placed on the championship, so I would want a bit more investigation. Unless they've changed name or something. Well, originally they were in silver, so maybe they've been changed on class. Yeah, because they're shown in platinum class now. Haven't they been changed on class somehow? They missed Barcelona and placed pretty well on Kailami. Well, I'm getting intelligence that Bathurst is one of a few tracks where the Honda really performs. Don't try it very often, the Honda. It's got such a bad rep. It's not a car you tend to go for. Oh, Celtic Bromance. Trying to put pressure on the 330 car. And we don't want this. We need 330 to put up a lot of resistance. Not because the next car up the road then will be the BeesWax Racing entry, but he's having a bit of a sniff up the inside as to come to the chase. Does put him on the wrong side of the track though for the right-hander second part of the chase, but he's well ahead. If he can keep it on the track, he can just. So gets past the 330 of Milnius driving at the moment for the Lithuanian AM team. Celtic Bromance Brum Brum. Unfortunately, go up again. Another position. So, Eugene is driving now for the 888 car. BeesWax Racing. Oh yeah, I just remember what we're actually called. It's misbehaving, this one. We've taken on a tradition of naming all our entries something to do with bees. So that's misbehaving. and the other one is totally beached. Capel's decent drive in the 33rd position. Hopefully not too far from on. About half a lap, about half a lap away from getting back into just 4 laps down. Bearing in mind some of the leaders, you know, will move well clear. You know, it's not impossible to get involved in the race. Just going into the car ahead, just going into Quarry, whereas we're just about to go in through round Murray's, so quite a way to go, but a lot can happen. The mountain is still there to take no prisoners should you make a mistake. How are we racing? Back out in front, following the pit stop procedures. Just going over the mountain. Meanwhile, just going through the cutting is the Nürburgring esports team. So they've fallen slowly behind, 25 seconds down now on Howie. Meanwhile, a number 70 Revolution Sim Racing Red team are in 3rd place. About a half a lap plus down, I think. But it's a strong, solid 3rd place. There's, again, nobody even close to them in terms of silver class. They're just going, when they get to Quarry, we'll have a look at where the next silver class car is. Just turning in now. Almost a lap down. So it's a huge gap there that they've got. 222 car just recovering back on track again. They've had a few offs, a few incidents. Probably not enjoying the Porsche around Bathurst. Oh, a real tight squeeze there as El Capels went through. 222 car going really slowly. A lot of drivers will be on a mission to try and get back into the race and move up through the field. Is he flashing? Oh, he's gone off track. I think he might have been flashing his lights. I'm not sure who are. Oh, he's gone straight on. A lot of problems there. Does he need to pit for repairs? He was just off track, which is why I cut to him. He was going quite slowly as well down Comrade Straight. And he's pulling into the pit, so I suspect there's quite a bit of damage there. He stopped. Well, what's going on there? Stopped right out on the track, stopping again. I know I'm assuming he might be setting up his pit stop strategy. Maybe didn't have it prepared. One of the big shortcomings of ACC is the pit stop menu is dreadful. The driver has to set up the pit stop, and invariably it means you've got to mess about whilst you're trying to drive, and trying to do it here is not very easy. Some chit chat in Discord. Somebody saying, can the number 70 Bentley get its rear wing checked for score marks because it's an absolute rocket on the straights? There's clearly some suspicion going on here that there's been a bit of fiddling going on with the rear wing setups, some skullduggery. It's not down to perhaps, you know, teamwork and everything. It's clearly cheating. It's the only way they can possibly beat us if they cheat. Oh no, I thought it was somebody else then. Well, this is costing the 222 car a lot of time. And it will put them behind BeesWax Racing, I think, because they are not even in the pits yet. They've been sat there. They're outside of the pits, and they've been sat there for a minute or two. So they are not getting repairs done, and they are not getting. They're finally moving forward. Slowly, very slowly. Maybe they had to get another driver lined up to take the next stint and the driver wasn't ready. Who knows? They're crawling very, very slowly down the pit lane. Yeah, it's just coming in chat that the drivers had an issue with the wheel. This might be why they were... I think they may be able to get another driver lined up, and that's what the pause was. So they're massively losing time. So I think they will drop a long way down the field. He's showing still ahead of Elgabels, but I think that might be to do with sectors. Computer only seems to update at sectors, so maybe the next time. There you go, moved ahead now. So up to P32 for the BeesWax racing car, while the 222 car just sees their efforts on this 12 hours really slipping away with a technical failure. How are we racing? Well clear. Last lap was a 2:04, a little bit slow, maybe caught traffic. Whereas the Honda behind them of the Nürburgring Esports team did a 2:03. But a lot of the field's times are up and down, some threes, some fours, and some longer times, presumably when they're catching traffic. So, how are you racing? Just going up Mountain Straight towards Quarry. Meanwhile, second place car is just crossing the start-finish line. Number of cars in the pits at the moment. And the third place car, silver class, for... I'll remember it one day. Oh, where's it gone? My eyes have stopped working. Revolution Sim Racing Red. Don't know what happened then to my brain. Third place. 6 seconds behind them now is the 308 Aston. Now that is the pacemakers. So what happened to the McLaren that went through? Must have been out of sequence on pits. So Daniel Pugh for pacemakers. Back into fourth. Fifth place, 81 car. Pleshko, Pleshko. They've had one or two exciting adventures. There's the, it was the ketchup car, wasn't it? It's just behind them now. Change of driver, so they've boxed. Ketchup pushing hard, really. Show a little bit of way through. Definitely normally no way through on the mountain. The Mercedes definitely going slower than the McLaren, but better to be safe than sorry. If you try and push hard down the mountain for a full 12 hours, you will eventually completely launch the car into the wall. So really, it's the exit out of Forest Elbow onto Comrade Straight, which is the most important bit to try and get right. If you're going to get a chance to get past the car in front, getting a good clean exit and getting that overspeed towards the end of the straight. Otherwise, you're going to be in the position that we're in now, where you're both basically doing exactly the same speed. And your other option is to try and do an out-braking manoeuvre through the chase, which is going to be difficult to pull off. Dive bombings is really frowned upon. It's not the way to do it. Try and have a look at the inside for Hell Corner. Behind us, 330 went off. It's P14. Just recovering. 720's in the pits. Difficult with the outer sequence pit stops, but Elgar Pell's BeesWax Racing, 333 entry now up to 32nd place. Still a long way down on silver class positions. Triple two car is back out on track, down in 35th place. Coming up on traffic for these two, which may be a factor. We've gone very slowly now through the S's. Gap out in front for Howie Racing, 23 seconds clear now of second place. It's this battle really. Just done it while I was looking away. Looks like he has. Yep, got him. So the ketchup gets through again. I've clearly got the positive commentator's curse. We watch somebody for 2 minutes and nothing happens. The second I start to look at times on pit wall, he gets through. So that's what you want from me, is if you have me looking at your car, ensure I'm distracted, and then you'll make a pass. Eight-second gap now for the number 5 McLaren Ketchup to Daniel Pugh in the 308. Aston for pacemakers. Gap instantly opening up on the 81 Mercedes. Slope up, let's go, let's go. Nothing from the stewards for the moment. Probably a good thing. Some speed going on there in the McLaren. Which ketchup is it? There's different ketchups available on this this race. It's not the curry ketchup, it's the spicy. Is it? No, it's number 5. Delicat. It's Delicat, spicy and curry ketchup. Hope you're keeping up with your condiments. But nicely opening up a gap there and moving away from Pleshko Pleshko. So, guest driver in 727. Winushki, 727 car. Doing wheelbarrow racing team. Seen these races before. So, bronze class is not really partaking in the championship. They've come in because there's a gap. So, Nathan Winushki, Marcin Adamczyk, and Thomas Makowski for wheelbarrow, straight past the Porsche there. 482 Porsche. of MSL Racing, number 482. They've put a lot of thought in that name, haven't they? Dan Laughlin, Vito Souza and Mav Gardner. Holding on to ninth, doing pretty well really. There's a lot more cars that have suffered collisions, impacts with the wall, etc. So to be in ninth is just good going, just keep your head down. Five seconds down the road from them though. It's currently Voodoo driving the 48. Is it Grumpy Old Farts? I mean, they've lost the grumpiest old fart because today for Grumpy Old Farts is Claudio Voodoo, Tezuka and John Gixer. The grumpiest fart is Morphy and he's not here. So, you know, I think you need to change your team name a bit. I don't know which bit to lose though when you've not got Morphy. Is it Grumpy? Is it the older? Is it the farts? He is all three. But strong drive from the 728 car because they were well down the field. I think Tezuka will actually do it to himself, set himself a bit of a challenge. So 4.8 seconds down now. So in traffic though, coming down the mountains, there's not a lot that can be done about that. I want to get clear and then push on. The 888 Lexus, Eugene back at the wheel. And is, oh, just as we were talking about Voodoo, he gets a penalty. That's the wrong commentator's curse. They did talk in Discord a little while back about being involved in one or two incidents. And they've got a hefty 20 seconds on them at the moment. It's quite a lot. So we'll have a look at the Steward's channel, which hasn't posted yet, but will do very shortly. 25 seconds has been added on. That is for outright murder, I think. For if it is one penalty, we'll find out when the stewards post in a second. Yeah, can the ketchup teams, can you rename yourself the condiments team, please? Because the first bit is unpronounceable. Personally, though, I've never heard of curry sauce. You must have different ketchups. I mean, I have no idea what... spicy makes sense. Delicat? What on earth is delicat? Still wait to see what the official stewards report for the Grumpy Old Farts. Still knocking down that time, though, to catch up with the 482 Porsche ahead. On the wrong way. A 482 Porsche of MSL Racing. Eugene is the currently driving for the 888 BeesWax Racing. Misbehaving. Do you like that one? Misbehaving. 21-second big gap back. But it's a huge gulf up to the Bentley of... I'll remember it one day. It's red something, isn't it? Revolution Sim Racing red. Almost, I think, unclosable. And they're just coming up the mountain. And Eugene's just come down the mountain. So, a long, long gap. But looking solid for second at the moment. Eugene just going into the chase, whereas the car behind, the 777 Celtic Bromance, is just going down Conrad Straight now. So there's about just under a quarter of a lap between them. 17 seconds. Unfortunately, it's the wrong BeesWax Racing car that's in front of them. Because the 888 car pulled out of Barcelona with technical problems. they haven't got enough points to really be a big threat in the championship, whereas the 777 Celtic Bromance Brum Brum is a lot more solid on results. So they're currently on the silver championship table. They're in second place, whereas Completely Beached is in fourth. But we're Completely Beached is still a long way down, and they were pushing hard. 31st place now, which is really good going. But it depends where our pit stop comes into play. Still 40 odd seconds down on the car in front, but really strong drive by Al Capels to try and get back into the race. Now showing 3 laps down, which isn't bad considering at least it was just a big smash rather than a full disconnect, but it was the teleport to the pits that really hurt the position. Reports on the YouTube chat, apparently there's the potential for 271 different ketchup teams to be entered before they run out of inspiration. I think should one of the ketchup teams do particularly well, say get a podium finish, they'll be required to provide a supply of ketchup sachets to all entrants of the race, so we can all sample whatever delicat is. A whopping penalty for the 728 car. That's almost a pit stop. In fact, a stop go may have been more appropriate. Got 2 license points as well. Whoever it was who was driving it, was it Dazuka? Did a proper job of murdering somebody. They murdered number 92. Who were not very pleased about it, I think. The Iranian racing team, apparently, according to their livery. There we are. Yep, the Iranian racing team. I'm sorry, lads, I'm really going to struggle with your names. Mustafa Rajba, Ali Reza Ebrahimian, Ehabrimian, Arash Azami, Amir Kashirash. I apologise in advance. I'll get your first names right, probably. It's currently Ali Reza, who's at the controls of the car. The P19 got thoroughly murdered apparently by Dazuka, I think, who had been driving at the time. Dazuka or Voodoo. I don't think I've seen Gixxer driving yet. Well, that Aston's looking very clean. Must have had big repairs done, because nothing's hanging off it. There's that little tap on the wall. Be careful with the little taps on the wall, guys, otherwise you'll be in for a big set of repairs. The Iranian racing team are in platinum class. They're currently 16th in the platinum championship. 2 rounds. Look like you're a bit down the field, certainly for Barcelona. Only picking up 42 points there and 66 points on round 2. But they have finished both events, and that's what matters more, I think, than worrying about position. Currently 11th place in class in this race. Just a fair old gap in front of them to Doggo, so they're just going through the chase. Doggo, who's the next car up from the 420 car, is in traffic, but he's going through the cutting, so a good half a lap nearly to make up. They're under some pressure though from traffic around them. Oh, he's got the old Ford EcoBoost livery. Oh, big smash just as we're watching him. Commentator's curse. Caught the wall pretty heavy. Now that will give the Iranian racing team a bit of a look at catching them up. That was a big impact into the wall. But 728's off as well. Just recovering. Oh, it's all happening. That was Voodoo. Voodoo's had a smash. Oh, that Audi does not look right. Everybody's suddenly having incidents on the mountain. And that Audi's going very slowly. Looking down, he's got 25 seconds from the stewards, but also that looks like it's going to have to come in for repairs. And this is what may well play. We're getting our big hit for the triple free car for BeesWax Racing. Getting that big hit in at the start of the race may not be the end of it, because a lot of other cars are having big incidents. I'm not sure I'm going to see the Voodoo pull into the pits now. No, he's going to carry on without damage. But it was a pretty big smash into the wall, but it did look like one of the other cars was pulling into the pits. 420. Yeah, Deffo did go into the pits, so just as I was talking about the Iranian racing team, it's a long way down for them. It looks like Deffo for Kevin Bambimba, non-sweaty, did enough damage that he's going to have to box for lengthy repairs. So with Alireza Elbrahimian, if me getting his name wrong doesn't motivate him enough, him just passing Deffo in the pits to take that position away from him will motivate him enough. So that should put them into not 17th place overall, but ahead of the 420 Ferrari, which is still sat there getting repairs done. It was Dazuka involved in the incident there. If Voodoo can keep going with all that damage, really. Deffo still showing. There we go. It's time to change the positions now as the sectors change. So in the 17th place for the Iranian racing team. Still an uphill battle, a massive gap for them to the 666 car of Floria. So a lot to do. That is, oh, sorry, my mistake. It's only 3 seconds to Floria. So, and Floria's just gone off. Just give you a bit of a. It's all going right for the Iranian racing team. Clearly, I've got to keep watching them. And before long, they'll be first. Oh, Smudge, you just talk about yourself, Smudge. Second in class. Aero Smudge wants to know where they're up to. Voodoo's carrying heavy damage as well, just ahead of yours. He's still going round, but I saw him in the wall at the top of the mountain. So Eugene's still driving well, but it looks like Rees for Celtic Bromance has been pushing hard. The gap was 17 seconds a while back, and now it's just 2.8. So let's have a look at timings. Maybe Eugene's had a bit of an incident. No, times seem pretty comparable. 204.4 for Eugene on last lap. 204.2. So with that big 17-second gap, something must have happened, I would assume. Voodoo pushing on with the damage. Gap up to 3 seconds. 888 and 777. Uh-oh. Get ready for a disconnect. Let's hope Nins hasn't gone for something to eat, because Lord Nem is in the car. Usually followed by a crash within 10 minutes. Let's hope he gets more than a couple of laps in. But he does know that if I keep cursing him, just like the Iranian racing team, we'll be third in no time. So 15-second gap behind them, unless it's just got to shake itself out from the pit stops. 32nd place, so a really good drive by El Capels. I believe with some minimal practice, a lot going on, not been able to get to practice much. Still faster than me. How depressing is that? 20-second gap Nem's got to Bortolozzi in the 210 McLaren, but I think that might be due a pit stop. based on relative positions. Oh no, not again. Triple Eight's had a crash. That's what happened. That's why the gap's closed. Car 778 apparently had a bit of coming together. Oh, is he lost position to... trying to figure out where he is. Now he's just coming around the corner now. Well, we've had a bit of a Panorama. Oh, wait a minute. Could this be professional fouls going on? So the BeesWax racing team car, which was 17 seconds ahead of one of the Celtic Bromance cars, got punted by one of the Celtic Bromance cars. That's the sort of low-down dirty tricks we'd pull off, not somebody else. So Rush Jack is driving at the moment. Appears to have a bit of coming together with Eugene, possibly. And that's why the 777 Celtic Bromance is right behind Eugene now. Suspicion mounts. If I worked for Red Bull Racing, I'd be putting out tweets and all sorts now about what's going on. Smoke in the air there, a bit of dust being kicked up. Eugene having to be careful coming down the mountain with the BMW in front of him. It's costing him a bit of time, but there's no way through until he gets onto Conrod Straight. 4 seconds now, the gap to the 777 car. Possible that Eugene has got a bit of a red mist descended if he's been punted. He won't be happy. So the time on the last lap for Lord Nairn was a 206.081, and the 210 McLaren in front was a 206.5, so he's making time up on him. However, the Nissan that's behind, 14 seconds down, was a 205.3, so that is slowly closing up. It's always very confusing. We're currently showing that the 333 car is 4 laps down, but down to 7th place. I've lapped everybody, so it's where the 888 car is 1 lap down and 71 seconds. So we're really just 3 laps down on the leaders, I think, rather than 4 laps down if you discount. Everybody down to 7th is really in a different planet to us. It's the number 70 car of Revolution Sim Racing Red is definitely it's always a long way ahead of everybody else in silver class. So Lord Nem just has to make sure he keeps his connection alive, and he keeps pushing. I think Eugene's stabilising the gap to the 777 car. We'll have to see what the stewards post. I'm sure it's gone in if there was a bit of a punt involved. The P38 Audi in front of it is the Celtic Bromance. That's now the last car. We've lost 2 cars out of this race. Yeah, there was the was it 119 or... We rejoined briefly. Yeah, 119 TWG Racing. I think rejoined for a while. They were 30 odd laps down, but it looks like they've gone again. So I don't have any big connection issues for them. Audi will need to pull over and make way for Celtic Bromance. There's a bit of traffic though between them and Eugene. So 222 is in the pits. That Porsche looks like it's seen better days. Fever? Just spent ages looking at the bees. Eugene currently driving in P11, 24 seconds down on Voodoo, who's got a 25-second penalty, so good chance we'll take P10. It's whether Voodoo will then, or Dazuka or Grixer will push hard to get past. Eugene is pulling back out the gap to the Celtic Bromance car, which is behind the 888. Suspicion mounts. The gap was 17 seconds, and I was looking at other stuff, and then it was 2 seconds, and there was a confession from one of the Celtic Bromance drivers in chat that the other Celtic Bromance car hit Eugene and took away and that's what closed the 15 seconds down. Eugene's starting to pull away again now. The gap's now back up to 7 seconds, so I imagine he's quite. The Celtic Bromance car's been in traffic, but I imagine Eugene is quite motivated to get a move on with that incident. The other BeesWax car has got Lord Nem at the controls at the moment. He's not disconnected yet, so that's a step forward. But Nin's got killed about 20 minutes in. Had to teleport back to the pits for 4 minutes of repairs. So we're a number of laps down, but the drivers are continuing to push. And with a lot of other drivers having incidents and trips into the walls, it's not going to be over yet. Out front is how we're racing now with a 32-second lead. They've been strong throughout the Endurance League on Tier 2, so looking okay so far with 9 hours to go for another potential victory. Second place, the Honda of the Nürburgring Esports team. Currently with Kunze at the control. Or is it Kunze? These funny foreign languages. Nürburgring Esports team dropped back a little bit. How he's slowly pulled away, showing a lot of speed, but for the good opening hour, the 165 Nürburgring team were leading with. Oh wow, that's big damage there. I think that may have just caught the back of the 165. That was 330. Well, everyone wants to know who took out all the brake markers for the chase. We've just seen the guilty party. They're having a bit of a hard time in the Lithuanian McLaren. Well, I think that was every single brake marker in the chase that was just taken out. I saw bits of polystyrene going everywhere. So a bit unfortunate for them. They are running though, 4th in class in silver, but that McLaren is looking a bit bent at the front now. May well need a trip to the pits. Depends on how it's handling. But a lot of people will not be expressing their thanks as they're going into the chase. Voodoo pulling into the pits. There was a lot of damage on that car and the 25-second penalty. So might be worth understanding how long they sit there for. Never use a marker board. It's difficult on the chase. We touched on that early on as well. There aren't many good natural markers, brake markers going into the chase. Now, there's a tree on the right, but it's sort of like not where you'd want to brake, or not anywhere near where you'd want to brake. So it's difficult to use as a gauge. So 25 seconds to be served, in addition to any other repair penalties. So it could be a long stop. Eugene does move into 10th place now for the 888 BeesWax car. Meanwhile, up ahead, the 70 car for the Revolution Sim Racing Red is now within a second of the Ketchup car, number 5. Delicat. I think that will be... Delicat's gone through, I think. Looks like 728 is on the move. Now, that's only been a minute. I made that about 1 minute they were sat still. So that implies potentially no repairs. 30 seconds for a standard pit stop, plus the 25 seconds. So they've tried to minimize. Yeah, the Audi doesn't look any better. Often the graphics, it doesn't really fix the car. But yeah. Well, what can you say? Brave of them to carry all that damage to try and minimise the loss. Eugene appears to have done very impressively, and now the gap is back up to 14 seconds on the 777 car of Celtic Bromance. So Eugene's really put his foot down in response to some potential shenanigans. Not understanding that fever. 45 average hot stint. Ketchup car flashing away there, trying to get through on P16, the Iranian racing team. Moving up, slowly back up the field, aren't they, the Iranians? Well, where's the camera got confused? There. Ketchup goes through on them. They're only 4 seconds down now on Florida in the 666 for the Iranian racing team. So they're getting closer. A lot of blue flags going on that's going to disrupt their flow around the lap. Looking up and down the field, it's 210's off. Oh, he's 90 degrees on, he's going to get round. Oh, you need to really pull forward rather than trying to do a 3-point turn in the middle of a track. He's away. Traffic's coming through quickly though. Team X. Oh, we mentioned Team X before. 210 is Team X. Or Team 10. Julian Belpois, Lucas Bortolozzi, Kenny Plazo. What an exotic set of names. And I can pronounce them. Oh, I think he's on about... Fever's on about GT4. We're not about GT4 now. I can't remember what I did for my GT4 practice. I think I got a 44. I'm not certain. I don't realise I was wasting time doing it anymore there. I knew what tier I was going to be in. Need to get practicing for Imola. Imola next week on Tuesday for GT4 season commence. This Porsche Cup on Monday with Apex Online. And they've had fought ahead. I'd have got some links for those, but I haven't. 210 is underway again. But now he's last. But keep going, guys. A lot can happen to anybody. You're only 6 laps down. People can lose a lot of time, as we saw with Nins when he needed to teleport back to the pits. A few drivers in the pits. And it's about time for pits. We're on the hour. It's a little bit early. Will be just about the right moment. How are we racing? Still leading. Long way out front. Just coming up now, actually, on the 333 car. BeesWax Racing. Lord Nem is in the 31st place. So he's made up a position, it would appear. Although we are into the boxing period. Fouche in a 27 BMW is only just ahead from the looks of things. He's just going through the cuttings. But again, we're not too sure when and who has and has not pitted. 27 Sim Racing XP, the Legend 27. They've had a few encounters with the stewards, shall we say. Oh, and they're pointing the wrong way around. Why do I always look away at just the wrong moment? Well, that has definitely given the position to Lord Nem. So the Legend 27 won't be enjoying me showing them packed up having tea and biscuits at the top of the mountain. Somebody did say, well, when the sun sets, we'll have a nice sit down at the top of the mountain. They're not having trouble getting going here. There's a nice gap for them now. We need to go now. Getting underway, but that'll cost them a few places. Christian Fuchs is driving at the moment. His teammates Nicholas Fenacht, Daniel Grundhofer and Benjamin Cons. But that has cost them dear, I think. I think when they get to the end of the next sector, it'll show them where they're going to be in the overall. Yeah, Lord Nem up to P29 now, so really moving up. They've dropped 2 places. Oh, they've dropped 3 places. P31 now for them. Not great. Lord Nem will be very pleased with that. 878 stopped in an unusual place as well. Oh, that car looks totaled. That was on the mountain straight. I just saw a yellow flag. And that looks really badly damaged. Yeah, he won't go in a straight line at all. Trying to get round. Oh, it's getting worse and worse. Oh, that's a real hazard on track. See how far over the steering wheel is. Oh, God, he's just killed somebody. Because the car won't go in a straight line. I mean, he caught somebody, but didn't outright kill them. That is, I think I have to teleport back to the pits with that one. So that is the 878 car. Massive, massive damage. And that is the Lagigimati racing team. That's one other word. Hunters. Still packed up. Yeah, teleport back was the only option there. I mean, the car's undrivable. Hunters team. Armand Petrovic, J. Fran, Corentin Ferrabors, and Marcel Zigo. I know Zigo's name. Petrovic Armands was driving there. I don't know what happened. It was on the mountain straight. That car is smashed to bits. They're in for a 2-minute lockdown. Which they were 23rd. I hate to be shallow and self-centered, but that means that they're likely to fall behind Lord Nem again. So Lord Nem might get 28th for this rate. I'd say it's a high probability, but that's what's going to happen in this race. That's going to happen to most people. That's their trip and teleportation back to the pits. We've had one for the 333 car. A lot of people are going to suffer the same fate. Gap now for Rees to Eugene is 22 seconds, so Eugene has really put the hammer down during his stint. Looking up and down the field, it's really opened up now. There's not many close battles going on. It's very much about surviving and getting those gaps worked. And we due a series of pit stops. So Daniel Pugh was the driver, he might well change. For the pacemakers team. Temporarily dropping down the field, I think. It's going to shake out in the next 5-10 minutes as the majority of the drivers come in for their scheduled pit stop. Eugene currently doing 203.7 in the 888 car, whereas the 777 car is doing a 204.6 last lap. So, yeah, Eugene setting some of the fastest laps in the race at the moment. Only the leaders, really. The 165 car for Nürburgring Esports is doing 203.0. And the number 5 car, one of the ketchup cars, is doing 203.5. The Deli Cat ketchup. So not many cars in the freeze. Laudanum's doing steady 205.8. 206.9 on the last lap, but it has moved up to P28. Or ideally we'll go a little bit quicker. Laudanum, just a little bit quicker. Apologies being issued to 121. That's Dammy Io. Looks like he got involved in something on the back straight. Usually a much further up. Dammy always looks like a bit of an incident here in the on the descent. Oh, that Nissan's really in the way of Dammy. Nissan and Nissan. It's likely to be the... There's not many Nissans in this race, so it's likely to be Deere in the 435 car, just ahead of him. I think that's the only other Nissan that's racing. That's the India racing community again, this time with Team Kaiju. And that's Madhav Sajit, Rajjipak and Akash Deer. He'll be, Dammy will be really hoping that it'll pull over that Nissan, let him through. But it's in the front all the way through round Hill Corner and onto the mountain straight. Looks like he might get past now. Damn it. The 720 car, another Indian racing car. Indian racing community car. Zach Cole-Brown, Deepan Shu and Sid Givid Joran. I definitely didn't pronounce that correctly. They're currently in 34th place. There looks a bit of damage on that McLaren for them. I think they were letting through 108. They're a bit close then. It's 108, isn't it? Looks like 108. Very hard to tell. Is it 308? It was 308. 308, there you go. Daniel Pugh, though, he just boxed a bit earlier than everybody else, I think. 308 being the Pacemakers racing team. Alistair, Daniel and Kevin. Well, I think we're going to see most of the teams pull into the pits soon, as we're about 5 minutes away from pit stops being due. Now a Mercedes that must have pitted and come out between the 888 car and the 777. Yeah, the 81 is Plisko, Jacob, Thomas and Adam. I think Bash 3 got advertised very well. Huh. So just under 9 hours to go now, and it's settled into Howie Racing way out front. It's going down the mountain at the moment. Oh, sorry, just going up the mountain. That's really cut in there, climbing up, and Daniel Schwab currently in the driver's seat for Howie Racing, second place, and whilst Howie are at the top of the mountain, the Nürburgring esports team are just going into quarry at the bottom of the mountain. We're having a solid drive. Oliver Kunze currently at the wheel. 50 seconds down now though on the Howie Racing car, which is really moving away with it. There's a lot can happen in 9 hours. Weather's still looking pretty good, nice and sunny. So no surprises with the weather. Third place is one of the Ketchup team. It's the Delicat Ketchup team. Manuel Rota, Gregor Franke, Hans-Peter Johans Conwald. Having a solid race. While we are due some pit stops, I think they are trying to make that third place, you know, firm that up for themselves. Fourth place is the first silver class car. Number 70 of Revolution Sim Racing Red, currently with Colin Hines at the wheel. Co-drivers Tom Young, Jean Papel and Pierre Cruzvalt. They always do very well in all of the endurance league races to date. And easily in front, well, not totally easily in front, just ahead of Dive Bomb. We've got 278 points in the championship versus the 269 for Dive Bomb. I'm not sure I've seen Dive Bomb Motorsport Beta mentioned so far. In fact, I don't think I've seen their car. So I think they're not racing today, are they? 795, maybe I'm wrong. No, can't see 795. Well, that is definitely giving the lead to the Revolution Sim Racing Red team, because second place in the championship isn't here. Just to recap that, I've got these special effects, I may as well use them. Just to remind ourselves, the Revolution Sim Racing Red team, the team we're looking at in the pits now, who are well in front on the silver class, already lead the silver championship. Dive Bomb Motorsport Beta are not taking part today, so that really leaves the door open for Celtic Bromance Brum Brum and BeesWax Completely Beach. But Celtic Bromance Brum Brum, I'm sure they do these names just to make me, you know, look foolish. Are currently in 9th place. They're ahead of Eugene. Well, I'm presuming Eugene's been in and out of the pits. So, I think net they'll be looking at 3rd place for Celtic Bromance Brum Brum, and but Completely Beached are having a bit of a difficult race. Currently down in 28th place. But yet to box in about 20-30 minutes or so. Way out of position, long way down on classification, and won't get many points. So really the opportunity for Celtic Bromance, if they keep their nose out of trouble, to move into 2nd place on the Silver Championship. The Ketchup Curry Ketchup Racing team are in 5th place in the Silver Championship. It's car 62. which I can't see. Sure they were here. Bowling's in 63, that is definitely a separate car. No, I don't think the curry ketchup is here. So it looks like the curry ketchup may have pulled out. So maybe a case of limiting losses. And it's Dami Io, who's TWG racing in 6th place in the Silver Championship. And they are doing okay. Dami Io currently in P16 overall. What's 6th in class? So all to push for the triple free car, BeesWax Racing. And as you can see, I can see, you can't see. Celtic Bromance were in the pits, so if Eugene is, Sabia this time is driving, remains ahead of the Celtic Bromance once these positions shake out. So another pit stop over. Howie still leading by a long, long way. Kunze now in the car for the Nürburgring Esports team. Falling back slowly but surely. Howie not a million miles away from getting a lap in on them, I think. It's now easily half a lap behind. Cornwald for one of the Curry teams, the Delicat Curry. Delicat Curry Sauce is in 3rd place. Looks like they've really managed to move away now from the Revolution Sim Racing Red team. Number 19 Porsche in the background is in P21, so shouldn't be a big threat to the Delicat Curry. Think we can pull this off? No, we can't. I was wondering whether we'll be able to have a look at the side of the car, but it's too much messing about. 23 seconds behind. Driver in front, so no battle there. This is the first silver class car. Of Revolution Sim Racing Red. It's Tom Young driving now. But it's all been quiet for a while now. There's no nothing from the stewards. There's a few gaps forming. That's our actual pole starter there, isn't it? Just behind. Super Pole winner. Goat Racing number 4. He's all the way down in 17th place, so Goat Racing 4 qualified from qualifying week in 3rd. Super Pole were pole, and now we're running down in 17th position. So really disappointing for Goat Racing 4 to be all the way down here. That poor Porsche is the sorriest looking car on the track, I think. Although the BMW is in not much better condition, just ahead of it. So that's the 222 Porsche, which I think has been mentioned in dispatches a few times. I think they're having a bit of a difficult race. Down in 31st place. Noobs Gamers. I mean, that noobs to even be able to get round Bathurst for 12 hours is definitely not a newbie thing. Darren Byford, Daniel Crinson, Richard Phillips and Trevor Byford. There's two Byfords there, isn't there? Trevor currently driving for the Byfords. Got a couple of leading cars coming through. Needs to make way for them. When the time is right though, not in the middle of the mountain. It's not the time to be trying to let people past. That's very close to the wall there for the BMW. Is that Fouche? It is Fouche driving the 27 Beamer, which was looking pretty good, but unfortunately now for the Legend 27. Oh, that's a bit close then. Down in 28th place. That's 648. So we've got 31st, 28th, 24th, all within close proximity of each other, all like a lap between each other. Shows you how brutal this race can be. .648 Aston Martin of Rev Sport CSC International. Taxi evaders apparently. Are you all taxi evaders? Jason List at the wheel at the moment with teammates Anna Forster and Lena Dimuchnik. Something like that anyway. It's got through that traffic now. And in 24th place. But platinum class car, so a little bit still behind a lot of silver class cars, which won't please them. Trying to catch the number on the other Aston that's just behind. Oh, it's P1. It's Howie Racing that's behind. You need a more distinctive livery, Howie Racing. It's just white and green. So that was the leader, P24, P28 and P31 all together on track. Tetradax is apparently showing people nudes. Get banned for that, you know, sending people unsolicited naked pictures. Oh, he meant nudge. Nudge is what he meant, not nudes. I think this maybe won't be getting some of the grumbles on Discord chat. He's fighting for third place. Oh, the old. Oh, that was a bit close. Oh, it looked closer from their angle than it actually was, I think. So the Revolution Sim Racing Red somehow's got back into third place. Ahead of the 738 Aston that we're watching now. Grolner. Name to be determined. Race Nulzez, Rico Grolner, Alan Grolner, and Walter Billen. Rico at the moment at the wheel. It seems to have fallen behind the Revolution Sim Racing car. I'm not too sure if the Aston that's between them is perhaps getting a bit in the mix, but there's a bit of gap there. There's no reason for it to pull over. Looks like it might be the other Celtic Bromance car, perhaps. I think they were running that livery. Oh, big smash there, a big spin. Oh, did he get caught by it? Oh, if Celtic Bromance is catching like P3, then they're going to be in big trouble. I'm not sure if it was or it wasn't. It's Lord Ned. I know where I need to look. 778. A terrible feeling that it was. No, it wasn't that colour car, was it? If it's the grey one, I think it may well have been involved in that incident, which will not go down well. It's a bronze class car, and it was getting mixed up in the race for leaders. Ooh, that was a big slide there behind it. Oh, it's gone. Oh, the big slide there. I can't see what colour number car it is. 57. It's Cranston. Oh. That was Scott Cranston for the Northern Ireland Nighthawks. Not been mentioned so far. The special boys not having a special moment. Scott Cranston lost the tail there going into the cutting. Spun out. Managed to get going again though without getting stuck on track. So the special boys being Scott Cranston, Scott Ullman, Willie Cranston and Gilles Harding. Oh, he's having handling problems, I think. Car across the track. Bouncing off the walls. It looks to be going a little bit slowly there. Sometimes though that's a bit of visual illusion. Way up. It's the yellow streaks again. Going down through the S. There's a lot of traffic around them. And P21. And even traffic around them isn't really for position. The 778 car. Celtic Bromance is 4 seconds down. He's got one of the Salts cars behind him. It looks like it might Hard to tell the sauce cars apart because that's P15. That isn't the Delicat sauce. That's Conworld in number 5. Is it? No, where is the Delicat sauce? What? Where's Delicat got down that far? What's happened to them? So Delicat was up into 3rd, 4th position, and now they're down in 21st. Oh no, I'm completely wrong. I talk nonsense. No, 15th. We're not doing well. So something's really gone wrong for the Delicat team. Impact of the issue earlier where we saw 70 car for Revolution Sim Racing Red. It means they're down in the 5th place now, whereas they were vying for 3rd and 4th. So I do feel, is that the what it is? It's the Celtic Bromance car behind them again, the 778. Just need to be careful. Won't go down well if it keeps hitting leading cars. All to play for, I think, for all the drivers in this race, because it's clearly a long way. Oh, he's getting very, very close again. Oh, well, that Aston really hit the wall hard there, just in front. 87? Where's it gone? It seemed to vanish. Was it Petrovic? It seemed to be an Aston Martin that really pummeled itself into the wall. And then probably vanished. There's only 36 runners now. We have lost quite a number of cars. He's going through. There was an 87 Aston. Slow patrol, fast movers, slow thinkers. I'm wondering if it had a disconnect in the middle of the descent, because it does look to have gone. Kinky trying to disassociate himself, I think, from the other Celtic Bromance car. Tetradax is busy on Discord trying to get himself out of trouble for sending nudes to everybody. People are asking how they get the nudes. Meanwhile, out front, how we racing? Well clear. 777's just done enough as well. Kiki Mac. Oh, Celtic Bromance are off. Celtic Bromance off the side of the track. This is important for us. He's recovered quite quickly, unfortunately. Ideally for the championship situation, given the way that Nins was completely murdered at the start of the race, we need all his wheels to fall off. Those are the sad facts. I mean, Lord Nem's doing very well. He's up to P26 at the moment. Still a long way down in class. 10th in class at the moment, which is where we kind of finished at Kailami after we had disconnects, etc. So, got going again. From the looks of it, hasn't made an impact. He's not lost position with it off, but has now got a huge gap behind Savia. 21 seconds, if not more, going through the mountain. It would be about right. So you're currently stuck in a bit of traffic coming down the descent. Oh, it's BeesWax Racing. Somebody else, then BeesWax Racing. It's got P29 is the car tucked up behind. Lord, what are you doing, Lord? Get on the track, get on the track. What are you doing? Don't lose places like that. So the number 47 Aston Waislav Racing Team, WRT and Lever Racing 47. There's Nicholas Armijo, Eduardo Donoso and Nain Orbrick. Currently in 29th place. They're silver class, but clearly at least a lap down. Where's Lord Nem gone? Was he boxing? Oh, this is the big bit. This is the big bit. We're boxing for the triple free car. Out of sequence now after Nem got killed. About to start the race. Yeah, looks like a decent stint by Lord Nem. I think we are moving back up the field slowly but surely. '54 car going through. The 27 car that we're interested in, really, which is the BMW Fouche. Just coming around the corner now. Well, we're still not moving. And there he goes. Right, so that is. And then we got Oost, one of the ketchup cars, is it? No, I don't think it is. No, it's an Audi 364. It's Green Monster Racing. We've not mentioned Green Monster Racing before. Where have you been? Jesse Oost, Mark van den Berg, Colin van de Pest. Oh, I've heard that. I've been told of that before. And Blinde Vinke. Vinkeje. That's unpronounceable. Anyway, they've gone through as well. While Lord Nem still not moved. What's he doing? This is a very long pit stop. I should have got my stopwatch on this. Finally pulling away. Lost quite a few places, I think. And the 47's well behind us. No, it isn't. Is this? No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Oh, they were in it up. That was the one that just overtook Lord Nem just prior to him coming in the pits, so they were a lap down. That's how long you lost still in the pits there, so it's 2 minutes a lap. So good, yeah, 90 seconds I think lost in the pits there. That was a very, very long pit stop. Back underway again. We'll see who's driving at the end of the next sector. Usually, oh, it's El Capels again. It's Tonstead. He's very quick. He's going to have to be. Make up 40 seconds at least to Oost in the 364. The Green Monster Racing Audi. But more and more people are coming in the pits. And I am going to have to go and refresh my brew. I can't talk for all this amount of time without something to drink. I will leave you following the BeesWax Racing car. Catch you soon. I'm back. Right. Well, there's a lot of people up on the mountain. Or coming down the mountain, we should say. I've got to try and commentate now whilst having snacks, but I can't go 12 hours without eating. So there's a lot of people coming down the mountain, but we're not close to each other, although there's a pass being made there in the background. Oh. 28th place. Aston there was a little bit iffy. We moved over straight into the pit lane exit and nearly hit somebody. But got away with it. It's one of it. Moving a bit funny as well. You can see the ping isn't brilliant. It's all orange all the time, which is a bit off-putting when you look at it. And that's the WRT Lever Sim Racing team cars, number 47. Somebody say they can't understand how 165 for Nürburgring esports team could still be second when he keeps watching them spin. Well, they're going quick with the art spinning. 47 trying to let everybody through. That's the leader, isn't it? Nice. I actually recognise the livery now. How are we racing? How's that for impressive? As Howie has lapped P5, which is the number 70 Revolution Sim Racing red car, which is in leading silver car, but in 5th place. So he's lapped everybody to 5th, which is very, very quick. Very quiet from the stewards for a long time. And 7 to 8's cleared the penalty that you got. Big one. They were running with a lot of damage. Doesn't look too bad at the moment. They've driven themselves back up to 7th position again. Grumpy old farts at the moment for 9th on the Platinum Championship table. May well move up a few places if they can keep going like this. Currently in 7th place overall, but actually 5th in class, which on my little table gets them a lot of points. And will really help them. Tetradrax appears to have killed Triple Two. Triple Two having a horrible race. Zikr in a solid 6. 12 seconds clear of Laughlin. Depends if their pit stops are out of sequence. Haven't got the information to hand in ACC to be able to understand who's done how many pit stops. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. A lot of cars in the pits at the moment, just to illustrate the point. I've just found out something new. Who'd have thought it? I can click on a car in here and go straight to it. That'll save me a lot of messing about. Oh, 838, they've got a stop go 30. Is that the car that had the issue with the pit limiter before? No. No, that was car 41. Totally white car, it's not the Iranian racing team. But they were running last, and they're definitely going to be last now with a stop go 30. It's really going to hurt them. It's Lagimati, a racing team. Hunters. Not having a great time. Armand Petrovic, Jay Fran, Karatin Fribros, and Marcel Zigo. Long way down out the back and going further backwards, unfortunately, with that stop go 30. They were just serving it, actually. So not an ideal start to the race. Not an ideal bit of racing for them. A few more drivers in the pits. Meanwhile, a cluster of traffic coming together on the mountain. Catching up with, or possibly, hopefully not catching up, is it? With El Capels. Looks like it may be the case. They're certainly in that traffic. So, Opel's doing a 2:05.6. Drivers around him, the car behind him doing a 2:11, and the car ahead doing a 2:16. So ripping into the times being set there by the cars that we're racing against. I'd say P26 is definitely something we can aim for. However, it's a big gap, but very doable. But that difference in speed, that looked like the 878 car there, just wanting perhaps to go and hide somewhere at the moment, the way it's going, right off track there. Weaving around a little on track. 482 Porsche coming up on them. That's Laughlin. Driving for MSL Racing. MSL Racing, Dan Laughlin, Vitor Souza, and Mav Gardner. Looking for them on the qualifying results. Qualified in 32nd overall in the Platinum. And they're currently 10th in the Silver Championship. So, yeah, not so bad. So, yeah, not bad positioning at all. So from the top, Howitt Racing out front by a long way. Nürburgring Sports are in the pits, and that looks serious. That's a massive amount of damage to the front of the Honda there, looking by how much the bonnet stuck up in the air. And the amount of damage down the side of the car. They're doing really, really well, but that looks pretty bad. They're already dropped to 4th. And if that involved a teleportation back to the pits, which from that amount of damage it may well have done, that may well have cost them massively. Just pulling away from the pits now. And re-emerging down in 6th place. That Honda still doesn't look right, but that's maybe an ACC feature. But it was showing, well, there are bits hanging off that car that should not be hanging off. Down in 7th place. But they're worse than that. They're 9th or 10th at least. So they were running 2nd for a long time. But the 165 car of the Nürburgring Esports team has definitely made a bit of a disaster on the mountain. Currently showing 9th. I think they will stabilise in 9th, I think. Sabi as well ahead of them. And Kiki Max behind them. For Celtic Bromance. So, yeah. Not a good day. Not a good few minutes for them. Way out of the race now. Long way up, back from 9th place. That moves the one day I'll remember the updates team. I've only said it about 30 times today. The Revolution Sim Racing Red team in the 2nd place. Silver class car in 2nd place. What's all that about, eh? So, yeah, a lot of this race still to go. A lot of this race to go still. They were a long way down, actually, on the last event, I think. 3rd. In the last race, I think. Oh, no, 11th. 11th overall. So I didn't do that well in the last race. I was building them up too much. Well, looking good in this one. We got a bronze class car in... I hope 420 realises who it is behind. He's like second overall. Takes it easy. Oh, into the boxing. So into the pits for the Revolution Sim Racing Red Team. That'll be interesting. Winishki 727. Obviously quite a way down on the Howie Racing car. 727 invitational team, bronze class. And that's the wheelbarrow team. Well, wheelbarrow's clearly, you know, normally you consider a wheelbarrow quite slow, a bit with a wobbly wheel. But there they go, they're moving through in the second overall at the moment. Nathan Winishki, Marcin Adamski. Ah, that's a cool name. Thomas Makowski for wheelbarrow team. Quietly have made their way up to second overall. I don't think they've barely featured in this race. But that's clearly the way to do it. I think at the, yeah, top to fourth, possibly fifth. No. Down to fourth for the, for the Revolution Sim Racing Red Team. Sabia in the 888 BeesWax car, now in the 7th for Lace, but look at all that traffic. Very busy on that bit of a track. Cutting through that traffic. Before getting onto the mountain, quite important that, to get ahead of the traffic before the mountain. ...115 laps now for the leader, just behind the group there we were just looking at. Discussions in Discord about whether or not to use blinkers. Somebody telling somebody else to retire from the race. I don't think that's their privilege. You know, we're all, how easy got the number right. Who's 778? Oh. It's Celtic Bromance. Asking Celtic Bromance to come out of the race. I don't think competitors are allowed to ask other competitors to pull out. Sorry. Just my interpretation of the rules. I think stewards have to do it. It's been quiet from race control for quite some time, but now it's not. Here we go. Speak of the devil. First one on the steward's list is Volv's car 778. However, Celtic Bromance are the innocent party on this one. It's 10 seconds to car 27. When I find him. Yeah. Oh, folks. 10 seconds for causing a collision, but no licence points, indicating perhaps it wasn't the world's murderer. But I can't see that. I didn't see the incident, unfortunately. I don't see many incidents, it seems. The way ACC works, by the time you know the incident's happened, you got to it, it's gone, and the director isn't working. So, number 27, BMW, which is Gee Whiz Race. No, it isn't. Sim Racing XP, the Legend 27. The Legend, there is 27. He's got 10 seconds for it in 778. Next one down involves car 76. Thunder. Which was our, of course, our hot lap pole sitter who ended up with a problem on the formation lap. They have also suffered a collision at the hands of car 555. We do like these triple numbers. Do you think you have trouble remembering them or something? So car 555 is the Blues. Oh no, and the Blues haven't been mentioned at all. So unfortunately, they get mentioned for the wrong reasons. The Blues, Don Clayton and Michael Clayton. It must have been a very light hit. No penalty points in just 5 seconds. Although Aston is looking a pretty sorry state. AOR Platinum class. And the Blues currently lie 13th on the Platinum Championship. Try to get past the BMW. The Legend there is. Well, have another little kiss. A Legend that is 27. Fred Legend 27 is going to need a bit of panel beating at the end of this race. Then a couple of no further action. One's a duplicate submission, which is probably just somebody not filling out the form. I've done the form once to make a submission, and it just went a bit weird on me. And then it says you've sent it in twice. All good fun. Next one is 364 and 63. There he is, Van de Piste. In the Audi 364, team being Green Monster. The Green Monster, and this might be the one we did see one, didn't we, involving the Green Monster? It's currently Colin Van Piste driving, Jesse Oost of Mark van den Berg, Blinde Vinke. The other drivers, Green Monster Silver Class. 7th in class at the moment. They're not having a fabulous race. They're a long way down in 27th. But, you know, saying that, they're only just behind the BeesWax racing car. So the incident, there's no further action really between the big Green Monster and car 63. We've seen a lot of that Mercedes, haven't we? The 63 Mercedes of QV Motorsports. Oh, it's a different one. I'm a liar. QV Motorsports, the Roda Mucha Milchhuppen. Who puts these team names in? C'est Brodheim Buta Milchhuppen, Zamfer Radu Aolin and Patrick Taff. Racing incident, no further action taken. That's silver class as well. Puradam, very nice. They're 16th in general classification. for the Silver Championship for the Mercedes team, number 63. I think they had some very difficult races, unless I'm thinking of somebody else. But you know, we've all got to learn somewhere. Hopefully, not by punting me when I'm on track. So no action taken there. Next one is 81 and 19. 19's right in front of us again. So this is the Have Fun Sim Racing team. We don't come here to have fun. We come here to suffer and be miserable and pull faces when we get punted and end up down the back of the field. Well, the Have Fun Sim Racing team, which is in the silver class, which is Lauren Rollett, Stacey Delacroix, and David Bakali David. He's got David in his name twice. David. They got 10 seconds, did they? What am I on? Yes, they have. They've got a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. The Have Fun Sim Racing team. I don't think I've seen that before. Yeah, they're you know, just the way things are. They're last on the silver table, mainly because they didn't partake in Barcelona and only got 45 points in Kailami. So, as long as they are having fun, however, they are having fun with 10 seconds on the clock, and they got involved with car 81. Which is Mercedes. We just talked about that. Plesko. Plesko was the car they got involved with. A little bit of it's looking in a very sorry state now. Is Plesko. It wasn't looking that bad before. Down in 14th place as well. So I think the mountains had him. Plesko. Jacob Thomas. Jacob's surname just hasn't come out at all in this export of info. Thomas Juriga and Adam Hagara. Adam Hagara at the moment at the wheel of what is a very sorry looking Mercedes. If you just pull over, please, and let through the BeesWax Racing car that's right behind you, that'd be very, very generous of you. Next penalty for Stewards involves 727 and 165. Having a quick look up and down. Oh, that's second place. So 727 is not the Celtic Bromance car. 727 is the Wheelbarrows, the Wheelbarrow Boys. Nathan Winiewski, Marcin Adamczyk, Thomas Makowski. It's Winiewski who's driving at the moment, Nathan. And this is the 727 car. It got 10-second penalty, as you can see, against it, causing a collision with 165. That's the 165 is the of course what was in second place for a long time, the Nürburgring esports team. So I wonder if there was something really of great significance there that I missed as usual. They are now down in 12th, and they were in second for a very, very long time, so they've gone completely backwards. And won't be very pleased, I imagine. Especially if the car that hit them finishes second, and as our bronze class, like guest car. Final penalty that came from the stewards was with 308 and 63. 63 we've been on before is the QV Motorsports Die Brode Mucho Mithopen. Always more just been posted. And this time they were the victim. 308 hit them. Stewards have been busy. A lot of productivity coming out of Stewards at the moment. And they were involved in an incident with 308. I'm looking for, but can't see. Oh, it's 5th place. And this time 308 they got the penalty, so they've got 15 seconds there in 5th place as well. Unusual pit time period for the 888 car, so is that damaged? Nope, it's an illusion. Hopefully everything's good. So they hit 63. Which we'd already looked at, I think, haven't we? Yeah. This is the Mercedes of 63 was the one that 308 was involved with. Next round of naughtiness was 364. Oh, it's the Green Monster again. 364 and car 666. Triple six being the Goat Racing number 2, Flurrier and Benz. An unusual one from the stewards here. No further action. Warning for car 666. 666 lost out more than 364. Although normally stewards don't take into account outcomes, they take into account actions. So I think 666 may well have got out lightly there, but they're down in 22nd place. Uh, 364 is behind them in 26th place at the moment. And then the next one from the steward's car, 27 and car 222. 222 has been mentioned in dispatches a fair bit. It's the Porsche. Is that looking better now? It's hard to tell when it's going past at those sort of angles. I still think it's seen better days. So the 222 car of Noobs Gamers. Darren and Trevor Byford, Daniel Crinson and Richard Phillips. They've got another 5 seconds for causing a collision. Oh, that was a Porsche that wasn't moving much. Or was it that was a Mercedes? I think it was I was that close I couldn't tell what it was. That's looking one sorry looking Mercedes in 24th place. I think another visit into the wall may have occurred then. Trouble 2 this time got involved with number 27. Where's the big? It's all the same people. It's the legend. It's not just number 27. Stewards, can we go right, please? It's not just number 27. It's the legend that is 27. Certainly a legend in this race. But 5 seconds to 222. 81 and 738 are next. Again, I think we know the numbers. There's 81. Looking a bit sorry for itself. Pico Pico. Pesco Pesco. Looking very clonked. That's time. It was 738 who got the penalty for hitting 81. Seems when you attract trouble, you attract trouble. That's a third place car actually. 738 Grolnut is driving at the moment. Oh, it's bound to be a Grolnut because there's two of them. They outnumber Billen 2-1. And that's name to be determined, the race newsers. But yeah, they're third place. They are silver class, platinum class, sorry. I think they may have been. Oh no, they're second in class, so it's not a strong performer. Hasn't won either round, but I think they may have a second and a third so far in the championship. Looks like third in Barcelona and a second in Kailami. And the final bit of penalties to come through from the stewards is for 778. Which is the Celtic Bromance entry, who hit car 888. Got 10 seconds though. This was the incident where they hit Eugene. Oh, actually now Hayden is driving for the 888 BeesWax car of misbehaving. And Hayden's very quick indeed. He doesn't make many appearances these days, but when he does, he's rapid. So should do well. Being honest. So currently just ahead of Kiki Mack and the Celtic Bromance Bentley at 777. Don't know by how far. So we're at the top of the mountain. Kiki Mack's just going through quarry. So bit of a gap. I think the change has been so recent that pit wall's not caught up. Oh, there he is. 205 for Hayden. Last lap, and a 208.8 for Kiki. But it's actually the 482 car, really. But I was just doing an outlap. The 482 is 307 on his clock. So just in case how we racing, we're feeling the pressure with Daniel Schwab driving. It's a 5-second penalty for the car behind them, the 738 Aston, which is the name to be determined, given that extra bit of buffer just in case they need it. Revolution Sim Racing Red have stabilised in third place now. 28 seconds down on Grulner. The bronze class 727 car with Yushiki for Wheelbarrow team. It's in fourth. Butts though, in 308 Aston is not too far behind, just 10 seconds. Do have a 15-second penalty though, so clearly been a bit naughty. So pacemakers still trying to get in there. I'd say that the 888 car misbehaving in P8. Hayden may well close in and get Sousa in the Porsche 482. He's chasing down MSL Racing 482. It's Dan Laughlin. Victor Sousa and Mav Gardner. It's Victor Sousa that driving at the moment. Just 9 seconds in it. In fact, yes, it was the BeesWax car. I could just see in the background actually. So targets within sight. It's always better when you can see what you're trying to catch. Celtic Bromance have got roll out the big guns in Mr. Cooley. try and close the gap, but he's got to being straight. He's got his work cut out with Hayden behind the wheel. Really building Hayden up here is just the sort of thing Murray Walker would do, and then we'd find him stuffed into a wall one lap later, so I must be careful. No time to pee, have just come out the pits. At least the yellow livery is, you know what you're looking at, don't you? Triple two just in front of Mr. Cooley. So had an exciting race as Triple Two. I haven't had a nosy at the driver roster to see who's next for either team or how many stints some of the quicker drivers have got. Nins has laid down a bit of a challenge for triple free car. However, you know, got Mr. Sinolta to come, who was really quick at Barcelona, very quick indeed. So lots of hope that we can get that car moved up from 23rd place, going through on the legend. The legend there is number. I can't remember what number the legend is. 27. The legend there is 27. BeesWax just gone through on. .308 there. Well, that is not for really a fight. It's K Butts who's in 5th, just behind the no time to pee car. Oh, where's Dammy's team gone actually? Dammy AOR. So I'll look at lap time comparisons now. I think leaders still doing 204.4, which is pretty quick compared to the rest of the field. Can't see anybody in the 203s at the moment. Last lap or so. So no, I tell a lie. Car number 81 did a 203.3 on the last lap, so I think if you get a clear track and you got a good driver, 203s are possible still. Hayden will struggle to catch the Porsche in front of him. Porsche in front has done a 204.468. Hayden did a 204.458, so 1/100th of a second faster than the car in front. That's pretty hard to catch. However, the Porsche did a 206 on the last lap, 2 seconds. So maybe it's very traffic dependent. They're all very tight up and down the field. Race control's gone quiet again. So I think there will be incidents, but that's a very sorry looking Mercedes there going through shot. 5 making its way through traffic. The Blues team got a small penalty. Triple 8 car got on the outside of them. Cleared them just before going through the chase. Capel's now in a 23rd position for the other BeesWax racing car, coming back from back of the field. Up to 23rd, pretty good going. Is that 330 box in there? It was 330 boxing. Had a bit of a tough race, looked like damage again to the McLaren. The Lithuanian AM team. Looks like they must slightly missed his box there as well. Could have been pausing just before the box though. Setting up the pit stops is such a pain in the backside in ACC. It looks in a very sorry state, does that McLaren? Yep, 7.5 hours to go. There's a bit of track around the other BeesWax racing car. And the fight. You could have said it would have been hotting up between. Oh, how can I forget what it's called? It's the Deli Cat sauce and Revolution Sim Racing. But they just pulled over them Revolution Sim Racing. Let the McLaren through with no fight whatsoever. I can only presume they're just thinking, well, just may as well just let them go. No point. Wow. Al Capels is trying to catch P22 car 778. He stood at a 203.1, which is incredibly fast. It's the bronze class car as well, which doesn't actually matter much, but we need to catch them and pass them really and try and get into the other silver class cars. From a purely selfish point of view. If he's doing 203s, he'll be catching a lot of traffic. T31 there is the 330. Lithuanian amateur club. Oh, close. Need to give respect to that 330 car. It's catching a little bit of dirt and grass and stuff. You want to be mindful it don't collect you. But, Celtic Bromance pretty much forcing its way around. Try and come back. .648 car just in front. It's Revsport CSC International, the tax dodgers, tax evaders I mean. Quite a string of cars going down Mountain Straight at the moment. I'm through Quarry and up through the cutting. All sort of evenly paced at quite a few seconds apart from each other. Being headed up, I think, by Hayden. I apologise. Being headed up by Al Capels. Got my numbers mixed up. Who I think he's struggling to catch that 778 Celtic Bromance Aston, which is shifting at a fair old rate of knots. No, last lap was a lot slower at 206.7. Very dangerous though to try and do 203s consistently. If you can manage it, then that's all good. No, I'm going to try. It's dangerous. I'm going to try. Director again. Straight back to Suzuka's bottom. Straight back to Suzuka's bottom. There's no stopping it. Absolutely. I love... Oh, we got an hourglass. Oh, it just crashed. So we didn't kill anything else with it. It's not there. So, ACC Director, clearly the most stable program there is going. Task manager. Shooters in the car. A shooter on their driver roster. Shooter being on their driver roster. 728. Another very quick driver, by the way. It's supposed to be Gixxer. Oh no, I tell a lie. Shooter's there as well. There's 4 of them. The only grumpy old fart they've dropped is Morphy. Where is that grumpy old fart? Ask yourself. Debate in Discord going on about whether what it means when you put your blinker on. Best policy is to not bother using it because nobody ever knows what you mean. Some people think that if I put my left blinker on, it means going past me on my left-hand side, whereas others think if I put my left blinker on, I'm moving to the left-hand side. Shooter's got them into 6th, though, for car 728. After another thrilling start for them. Souza, I think, is a very quick driver, actually. The name rings a bell. In the 728 Porsche 482 Porsche for MSL Racing. MSL Racing number 482 being Dan Laughlin, Victor Souza and Mav Gardner. They're MSL in the world. The MSL number 482 is 10th on the Platinum Championship. Right behind T5 Man Grumpy Old Farts. So they'll be quite happy to finish in that order, will 728 and 482 will be. 728 will be. 728 probably be a bit further up, to be honest. It's real neck and neck between 482 and the 888 and the 777 cars. 482 is doing a 204.6. Hayden in the 888 did a 205.3. Matt in the 777 did a 204.1. So it's, and then it seems to depend on traffic a little bit, but it give or take a second. Discussion about indicators. I've added my bit in about what do you do with blinkers if you're an Audi or BMW driver in real life. Punt them off was the answer if you're a BMW driver. Shocking. I won't use the language used. PG broadcast. I'm down to 4 viewers. What's going on? Where is everybody? Shooter's still pushing on. He's right on the backside of the P33 McLaren there. Depanshu 720, whose livery's gone missing in the post. Indian racing community, Zach Cole Brown. Still can't get past the 720 car. It's a long way down. Aston in the background peels into the pits. Pretty early for a stop, is it? 7 hours and 17 to go. Yeah, that's about out of position. 308 car. Boxing. It's from 6th place, actually. So 308 is the, yeah, I thought so, pacemakers. Standard damage there. Maybe this is where the pit stops are falling because I've totally lost track now. Somebody else has come in. In fact, there's a few cars in. 333's in. Sel Capels has finished what maybe his first stint. The legend that is number 27 BMW is in the pits. According to a Discord chat, he might be getting new indicators fitted. Oh, yes, that's right, you do feel called out. Your filthy language, Mr. Tetradax. I couldn't repeat that. There could be children listening. Legendary 27, still in the pits. I think they might be getting a few repairs. Tetra's asking about the SUV DLC. You need to find that picture of the tractor that was on the track at Monza during the GT3 race. That's the image you need. Legendary 27's underway, and pacemakers are pulling out of pits as well. It's nice to know that somebody's listening anyway, Tetra. I was going to think I was on my own. We need to see the legend that is 27 move a bit further upfield. However, not past car 333. Okay, everybody, be on standby. Have we got the pit crew ready for repairs? Because Nins is back in the car. Mr. Wall says hello. He's made it over the mountain once in one piece. Only another 30 times to go. P24. So the team's doing well actually without me, as is usual. Eighth in class. Well done, guys. 8th in class. And 8th in class would get us 91 points. Now, hopefully my team is listening, right? We've seen the dastardly efforts that Celtic Bromance went to take out car 888. Right? They used their second car to kill them. I'm calling out to car 888 to take out 777, and then we can take over in the championship. Because I think we're all racing for second place against the Revolution Sim Racing Red, who've got the championship bottled up, I think, for silver class. If something happens now, I'm going to go to prison. I'm just following Nins at the moment, just sort of like expectantly. It's probably not a good thing to do. But he's through the cutting safely. He's up past the top of the mountain. He's about to skirt the wall. No kisses. Round over towards Skyline. And I know he's not listening to me because he can't listen to anything when he's driving. So it's a perfect opportunity to take piss out of him. Down from the mountain he goes. So looking okay. Meanwhile, our arch enemy, Mr. Cooley for Celtic Bromance. I mean our competition. He's caught up in a bit of traffic going up Mountain Straight. There's quite a bit of traffic there for him. A little queue of traffic forming up. There's another big queue of traffic on top of the mountain. So Nins 333 is okay at the moment. He's got a very empty track ahead. So nothing to get in the way. But you see how busy it is going through the cut-in there. Round up to the top of the mountain. Now it's a big, some big gaps there. 16 seconds is the gap for Cooley for Celtic Bromance to the 308 Aston of Butts at the moment is driving. Kevin Butts for Pacemakers. They've just done their pit stop, so I think they may be slightly out of position. I know the... oh, it says Hayden again. Oh, I've got myself... Oh, dear, I need to go for a lie down. That's 888. Nins is still in the car, buddy. Don't panic. Nins is still driving. Hayden in 888 is at the head of a queue of traffic, really. 8 seconds down now. He's really slowly chipping away on the gap to the Porsche 482. Cooley's... got the Aston of pacemakers between him and the next silver class car. So Surprise, surprise. How we race it, still way out in front, currently going through the cutting. Second place is nearly caught, nearly lapped everybody up to second place now. In fact, yeah, he's just a few seconds behind second place is P1. So nearly one lap in hand for Schwabi, for Howie Racing. 738 car for name to be determined. Race Nugez. It's currently Alan Gronlier. Gronlier is driving for them. But I think they maybe some shifting of positions with pit stops to come. Third place is the seemingly unstoppable Revolution Sim Racing Red, who won at Barcelona. Looks like they came third at Kailami and look to be on to come first in class today. At the moment, they're way up. They're already a lap ahead of everybody else, I think. So very, very, very well driven so far by the number 70 car. Fourth place, it's guest bronze class car, 727. From the wheelbarrow team. I wish I had a wheelbarrow that fast. Just about to go through Murray's. Onto the start finish straight. Meanwhile, Shooter is driving at the moment for Grumpy Old Farts. And they've driven along all the way right down the field up into 5th place. Maybe slightly displaced with pit stops again. But they are doing very, very well. Going to look good for them in the Platinum Championship as well. Victor Souza in the 482 MSL Racing in 6th place. He's doing very quick times really. Shooter's doing 203.4s. Souza's doing a 203.9, and Hayden, who's the next car down in the 888, is doing 204.3s, which is pretty quick lap time, but not as fast as the Porsche. So really, the 888 car holding position at 7th at the moment. However, it may only be a matter of time before the Porsche kills its owner. I don't know. They may get away with it. Voodoo posting in Discord chat how he's very confused because he doesn't know if he's driving a BMW or an Audi. I'm going to explain it for you, Voodoo. They've got to get Shooter into the car and he'll only drive BMWs. So whoever did the livery persuaded him that that was actually a BMW, not an Audi. And mind, mental health treatment is what you'll need after being an Audi BMW crossover. Still very quick times being done. Shooter at a 203.4. The Porsche that we're watching now, 204.2. So slowly managing the gap. Really, is Shooter. Not impossible that he might catch the car ahead of him. It's doing 205s. Aiden catching a bit of traffic in the 888 car. Ooh, is that the 330 Lithuanian AM team? think they were doing well earlier on, but I think as the race has gone on, they've slipped slowly further and further back as the 330 car, and now we're in P33. It's looking in slightly better condition than it was looking previously, but hopefully they'll lift off a little there, let Aiden through safely. Yeah, that's the case. The big green monster in front of him. Oh, he's just lost it in the Audi. The big green monster just spun. Ends up pointing the wrong way as all the traffic comes down the through the chase. Trying to get turned around and underway as quickly as possible. Hopefully the car coming behind won't catch them too quickly. Back underway again, but that will have cost them a position. The wow, Nins is ahead now of the 364 Green Monster Audi. I think he may have been ahead already, actually. I may have... Yeah, a long way up the road already. Well, let's wiggle on there for the cameras just as we cut to him. I didn't escape that one. Audi spinning right in front of him. And we've got the 308 pacemakers. What the earth is car number 19 doing? I suspect somebody's had a bit of a disconnect, everybody. Car 19 may be having a few issues. I fear that may cost them some time. They were 20th as well. They won't be happy. Anyway, back to the race. Feel sorry for them. They were doing all right in P20th. However, it will mean more places for... Well done, Nins. Who's that up Nin's backside? He's getting blue flags. Oh, it's the Nürburgring team. Well, I'm sure he'll let them through after the end of the mountain. Unfortunately, I think you're all going to have to disconnect. For poor car 19. He's still stuck there. Still going. I think he a bit of a steerage breakage there. Try to tell him. Yeah, they've disconnected now, or the servers booted them, so hopefully they'll get back in. But that is, they'll be gutting. They were P20th, and that is their race pretty much down and gone. Still, place made up for car 333. Florida track 666. They were a lot further up car 666 earlier on, and down in 21st now, unfortunately. That's Goat Racing number 2, Tudor Florida and Christian Benz. They are 19th in the championship for silver class. Try and keep an eye open, see if number 19 comes back in, but oh, here we go. I can see them listed in P26 now, but no. There we go. I think they're back. They've rejoined. They've got like a 2-minute lockout. Trying to tell 19 what to do really on a rejoin, because it can be a bit of a flap. Hopefully they'll be okay. They've lost a lot of positions, 9 positions down on where they were. So our leaders, how we racing on their 143rd lap, just going into quarry, 2nd place. I think that's 1 + 1 lap. Yeah, it says +1 lap and they're on the same lap, so now well ahead of number 70 Revolution Sim Racing red car, and that's the silver class car in 2nd place. It seems to be permanently have the Celtic Bromance 2nd car right behind it all the time. There's the Revolution Sim Racing car. Not usually something I'm comfortable with, is being under that amount of pressure from a car. It really doesn't matter. Our 778 car is in 20th place, whereas the Heinz driving the number 70 car is in 2nd place. I guess you have to really try and ignore it. 33 more seconds back is the 3rd place 727. The Wheelbarrow Racing team, bronze class, so not really counting for points in the championship. Shooter now into 4th for the 728 Grumpy Old Sods, or whatever they're called. Number 47. You're in the pits. Go with 47 car. You're in the pits. Nobody wants to see people in the pits. Talks about you a lot anyway. WRT and Lever Sim Racing. Nicholas, Edgardo and Nain. Looks like just coming to the end of the pit stop. So Edgardo Donoso just got out. Possibly. We won't find out until the next sector. Down in 27th place, down to 28th, possibly dropping more positions. Porsche just went through, doesn't ring any bells, unless it can't be Raleigh, can it, in 19? No, different place completely. You might love 47, but my adoring fans won't want to watch it. There's a bit of lag problem there. Thought it was going straight into the wall. It was just a lag showing the position of the car. A bit strange on the track. I think he might be 31st. Possibly. 54's ahead of it. Oh, there's no clues there. 727's behind. No clues there either. Should be through into the next sector very shortly, so looking like it might be all stabilised in 28th position. Car crabbing across the track because of a lag issues. They're through. There's big gaps all around them. We're not really in a close battle with anybody. But is anybody at this stage of the race? Oh. The Revolution Sim Racing red car into the pits. Based from second place. I don't know how far up they are on the 727 car. Possibly more than that. That was a very quick stop. It's down off the jacks already. Unless it was just a visual thing as we cut to it. Won't find out until 727 hits the next sector if they've moved into second place or not. But I don't think it was enough. I think they're more than a lap down on them, so we're really separating out at the front of a race. The Howie Racing well clear of the rest of the field by over a lap. Oh yeah, we did get second. Ademshik. Oh dear. It's embarrassing, isn't it? Ademshik in the 727 wheelbarrow team moves up to second, but I expect they'll have to pit soon too, which will probably allow the Revolution Sim Racing red team to go back up the field. 738 car as well has slipped in ahead of the Revolution Sim Racing car. Name to be determined. Race Nuges car into third place for the moment. But again, I suspect there's a whole bunch of pit stops due very soon. Hayden's put in a very strong drive. I think the Porsche went through on Voodoo, possibly. Because he slipped behind unless there was a bit of an incident. So the Porsche Souza 482 car, MSL Racing, is into fifth place, and there is a battle for championship positions. Voodoo in the 728 car, Grumpy Old Sods, is down to 6. Hayden trying to close in. He's in silver class though, but all points seem to matter. Still a bit of a gap. 5.6 seconds to the back of Voodoo. But the 482 Porsche going through on fire. Yeah, Voodoo did a 318, which implies a pit stop actually. 311. I don't know. Hard to tell. Yeah, 145 for sector 1, so I think that means Voodoo's been in the pits. Because would be about right. So the grumpy old sods are pitted. Nobody else has. The 482 car goes through, retains that position for the moment. But I suspect quite a few cars will be in the boxing shortly if those two have boxed. What's the Nin's been up to now? People are saying hello to him in Discord. Blue flags. Do 207s. Stop being nice, Nins. Be horrible and get 205s in. Cool, he's really pushing. He's did the fastest lap at a 203.5. Not the fastest lap overall, but he's done the fastest lap on the board at the moment. Or is it a PB? I've no idea what the symbols mean. Porsche still saving its way through the field. Just a lot that Aston seemed to be going to compared to everybody else, probably based on how the exit went from the bottom of the mountain going through Forest Elbow. Gives you all your speed down Comrod straight. Into Murray's goes the triple free car. Following through the very quick Porsche 428. 482 even. Yeah, 205.3. Voodoo's back on the pace with a 205.6 behind it. Hayden doing a 204.1. So really pushing hard. Number 19 come back. Yes, they're back on track, number 19. So good on them for persevering. Really bizarre disconnect problem. Left them spinning in midair in the middle of the circuit. So have fun sim racing. We're not having fun at that moment in time. Lauren Roulette is driving at the moment. Should be their first driver. Trying to give a few tips in chat. Can be a bit of a nightmare when you reconnect. Letting traffic through now. I think they're a bit heads me a bit down. Let 555 through, and then immediately went right across all the grass. So that wouldn't go too well for them. Where is 555? Nothing worse than the cameras being on you as you make a huge mistake. I should know. I do them all the time. So that's the Blues team. Don and Michael Clayton. Possibly unsighted, going past the number 19 Porsche. Triple twos in the pits as well now. They've had an exciting race. Hello, race control's been busy. That was ages ago. How did I miss all that? There's been an incident with the 888 car involving number 435. Was submitted. No further action. Not a safe place to let other pass. The car behind could anticipate 435 to be that slow. So unfortunately having trouble getting past the Nissan. The 435 car being the Indian Racing Community Team Kaju. Drivers are Madhav Shajit, Rajdeepak and Akash Diye. And then another incident, 47 and 878. So look at 47. It's number 47 again. We might love number 47, but they've been up before the stewards. So the WRT and Lever Sim Racing 47 and 878. Go find them. Oh, 14 minutes right down at the back of the field. 878 being the Lagiamati Racing Team. Hunters, Armand Petrovic, Jay Fran, Corentin Ferrabos and Marcel Zigo came in together. Neither car can be blamed for what happened, no further action. So, deemed racing incident. Next one was 121 and 778. 778 we've found. Oh dear, it's the Celtic Bromance Skirt. Radomir Kazerski, Jack and Christos Jogruk. They were involved with 121. Oh, okay, there we go, 121. Cubica at the controls at the moment. Oh, it's Damage Team. 121, TWG Racing. Marin Kubica, Daviayo, Tamas Somogi and Danny Montero. And it was 20 seconds. That's a lot of time. 20 seconds time penalty to 778. The Celtic Bromance entry. And 2 licence points for causing a collision. There's a big loving going in me YouTube chat at the moment. 20 seconds is a big penalty in this race. That's one of the harshest. Car 222 and 41. So they got very quiet then. Where's 222 gone? They were down the back. Don't tell me they pulled out. We've only got 35 runners. I think 222 may have gone. I can't see them. And it wasn't, there was nothing against them as well. 222 was the Noobs Gamers team of Darren Byford, Daniel Crinson, Richard Phillips and Trevor Byford. But it looks like they may have pulled out the race. Unfortunately, against Car 41, who was the team that had the utter nightmare earlier of pit lane limiter not coming on. They were doing well earlier on, but dropped down the field. That's the spicy sauce, spicy ketchup. Haxiweg, Sven Lichtenring, Neo Geo. Very suspect names. They got 15 seconds for causing a penalty. But unfortunately, 222 looks to have gone, dropped out of the race, so that's a bit of a shame. 35 runners left. I think we had 40 starters. 888 now in the pits, actually. Things may change a little bit. Are they pulling out the pits on the way out? They're usually quick to join. The earlier that you join the server, the further down the pit lane you are. And we always try and get ourselves organised to nab. It's a bit like putting your beach towel on a sun lounger on holiday. Try and grab one of the better pit stops before everybody else joins the server. So we are a long way down. Just come to a halt. We got about 10 more minutes, I think, and we switch to the Part B stream. Don't worry, I'll post something in the YouTube chat. I'll link to it before we switch over. I think I tried running 2 streams once and YouTube blew a gasket. He didn't know what to do. So 888 pulls out. Celtic Bromance car's gone through, but presumably will need to pit sooner or later. That's interesting. Activate the right link, but don't, wouldn't it? Oh, there he goes. They did post in Discord while I was looking at the penalties. 222 has retired. Lots of bad luck, put us right at the back. Well, that's endurance racing, guys. You need to carry on. Really, because you never know what's going to happen. Triple free car was right at the back after he got completely crunched at the start of the race, but kept on going. And on the 23rd now, you know, when there were 40 cars at the start of the race and we were right at the back, several laps down. So it can be done. And with a race like Bathurst, you never know what's going to happen. There's over 6 hours to go still. Anything could have occurred. So I would recommend next time you keep at it. Nin's working his way around the track. Let's have a look at his lap time and tell what he's doing. 2:07 still. Go on, Nins. Come on, Nins. You can do it. Get those 2:05s in. Currently just crossing the start-finish line. Clayton is at least 3/4 of a lap behind. Riley is about half a lap ahead. So, very much in the no man's land, if you like. Big gaps all round. Eugene's driving again now. It's car 888. Only 8 seconds down on the Celtic Bromance, so long way to go, but looking okay there for at least second in class at the moment, because it's a massive gap down to 4th in class. Kubica in the 121 Nissan is 4th in class for silver. TWG Racing, Damiayo, well, probably won't be happy with 4th, but it's not a bad result. Looking at the way it's going, TWG Racing on the silver championship, currently in 6th place, 194 points, and if they can get 4th today, I'll give them another 119 points, so I'll look not too shabby. There's a long way to go. Get back into this race for some of those that are further behind. And very impressive that the triple free car, which is car I normally race in, hence the attention, got up to 7th and 97 points. So yeah, we're doing okay to not lose too big a gap against the Celtic Bromance boys, who will drop back, I think, to 3rd in class, which will give them 128 points at the moment, but it's not too big a deficit. Certainly made things interesting going into the final round at Imola, which I really must start practicing, because I'm driving at Imola and I don't want to be letting the team down, but I'm very much afraid I will. But a few more weeks to prepare for that one. Not many battles out on track really at the moment. This is perhaps some of the closest cars to each other. It's the Iranian racing team, isn't it? Just behind Kubica there. The Iran racing team, even. Number 92. So that is the closest battle. These two are fighting for position. The Nissan in silver class and the Iranian racing team in platinum, trying to make a bit of a look going in towards the chase, but that'd be a bit ambitious. Round through towards Murray's corner, start of another lap. Oh, went a bit. Oh, whoa! Massive impact into the wall on the pit straight, pushing too hard. He was right behind Kubica, and that must have put some big damage into the car. It went right into the pit wall with a heavy impact. See how he gets over the mountain with all that damage. He's got a big green monster in front of him, looks like he does. Oh, he's losing a lot of time. I think the handling may have gone on that Aston. I think he might need to box and get repairs. Because the big green monster was the 364. That's a long way down. Oh, what a mistake! Gotten so way high up the field, and then launched it into the wall. However, it might help the cause of Nins. Nins, put your foot down. The Iranian racing team have got a box for repairs, I'd say, the way he's dropping back down the field. Not dropping back that far, though. We did let a couple of cars through quite easy. The Nürburgring esports team going through. Looks to be taking the chase okay. Find out in a second. Oh, big green machine was well off track then. No, it's not boxed. Racing team stay out. Big green machine was having a bit of a lurly bit across the track, but it's still going. I think they must have boxed, surely. Yeah, last lap time for the 777 car was a 3:04, so they've pitted. And it stabilised at 22-second gap again between the 888 and the 777. Eugene's definitely on it, did a 2:03.9 his last lap. Pushing hard, so needs to preserve those tyres, of course. Got Lord Nem messaging me directly like an hour ago saying something about a car on its roof, but I don't know what car now. I've got Celtic Bromance trying to cover up for killing the BeesWax racing cars accidentally completely accidental. Didn't realise. It's a tight competition. Oh, some penalties coming in. The stewards have been busy. Some more steward updates in a moment. And then showing P23 at the moment. I think he's taking steady laps. His Nins. 205.9 or 204.9. Car ahead of him, the Ferrari, is doing 207. 151. No, it's 100 laps in it. 170. And that is a very close battle because that is the Ferrari right ahead. The no time to pee. So Nin's finally closing in, ready to make a move, hopefully. I think everyone was lapped a while back, Kinky. Right on him. Wait for it. All depends, I guess, when the pit stop's due. We can look in now for some tips on when to change gear with Nins. Not the closest battle on track actually. The P27 and P28 behind is just 0.4 of a gap. But this is actually my entry, so I'm probably going to stick with my car. Somebody is off as well. 330. Stranded in the chase. Get going again. Down in 32nd place now. 10 laps down. Not having a great race. Getting themselves in trouble somehow. Oof, going past traffic there, going down the S's over the mountain. Quite scary. It's got a run at the Ferrari though, probably thanks to that traffic. Got to be inside. Got right, good track position for the chase. Way ahead of the Ferrari before the braking zone. Slightly across the grass. That's just a different line. Oh, well, there was a Porsche that had spun. Maybe that will be the reason why. Make sure we don't get killed to death. 19's involved in quite a few incidents all of a sudden. Oh, we got all going on. The 435 Nissan is serving a 30-second stop-go, speeding in the pit lane. So their race goes from bad to worse. And then they get through. It's now in P22. Next target will be Cranston, 16 seconds away, but I imagine there were going to be a pit stop before then. Before we get close to Cranston. But good work. Still 7th in class. It's clearly a bit doable now. Stopped car ahead of him. Oh, there's a big green machine. Had a lot of trouble all of a sudden. That's silver class cars dropping right down the field. And their position. Oh, he's spinning again. He's got damage. He's spinning in the worst possible places and spinning very easily. Green Monster Racing is actually 7th in the Silver Championship, where it's all sliding away from him at the moment on the mountain in Australia. The way that car is just going on him. He's going to get through a chase in one piece. I know the Audi has got a bit of a, can't be described as a bit of an evil reputation. So maybe it was just biting him. So it's definitely struggling a bit. I've tried the Audi once or twice, but a bit difficult. Oh, he's well wide there. Another big impact on the wall. Surely that Audi can't take much more punishment at this rate before it needs to box. Once you start to get handling problems on the mountain, they just tend to compound themselves and build, and next thing you know, you've got a complete wreck of a car. See if he gets over the mountain in one piece. Nearly time to transfer streams. YouTube cuts off long before 12 hours. So, well, it cuts off on dead on 12 hours, and I started before the race began, so I would suddenly expire in the middle of a sentence if we weren't careful. So we'll see if the Audi gets over the mountain in one piece. Oh dear, some inappropriate. Oh, another massive smash for the Audi. Some inappropriate. Oh, that is really wrecked now. It won't steer straight at all, I think. The some inappropriate postings going on in Discord. That will not turn. That's a really dangerous danger on track now, that car. Look at the whenever a windshield looks like that, you know a car is completely totaled. You get his loose steering as well, where you move the wheel and not a lot happens, and then all of a sudden it just pick up. He's got the wheel angled over about 40 degrees. He's on the grass. That's definitely boxing this time. Right, so as the Audi goes into the pits, we will switch to the alternate stream, and I'll find some buttons to press. I'll see you in a second on the alternate stream.